Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and today we are delving into possibly the most real, or as the kids like to say, the realest rapper in history, DMX, and what it all means in relation to the Illuminati cabal and all of the new information coming out in 2024 about P. Diddy and all of these satanic Illuminati rituals within the rap music industry. What really happened to DMX in his life and death, and why it all matters. I mean, are we living in end times where all will be revealed? Is there a reason that DMX got the treatment he got from the industry, the so-called industry? We'll be going over that, and plenty more. And of course, the details of his death, which are highly suspicious, not unlike many other rappers. What is really going on, and how does it affect everything else? For people who think that the rap industry does not intersect with Illuminati Freemasonry the world over, simply haven't been doing enough research. I mean, the overlap here, the coincidence theorists are really going to love this one. As always, if you find the MINDSHOCK podcast interesting and informative, and want to help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the chat that way. Make sure to subscribe. Hit the bell for notifications. If you're still not getting the notifications, like and comment on more videos. Share more videos. And if that doesn't work, you could just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK and manually peruse our ever-expanding catalog of thousands upon thousands of thought-provoking podcasts, all with logic and reason at the forefront, unlike anything you will find anywhere else, especially the mainstream media. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. So first of all, I have to make an admission. I was not the biggest fan of the one and only DMX. Obviously I knew who he was. He was basically some music aficionados, particularly rap music aficionados, so to speak, on the mainstream level. Many argue that DMX kind of kept real rap alive since the passing of Tupac. Some people even called him Tupac 2.0, basically picking up where Tupac left off, and with just very raw rap, keeping it real, so to speak, unlike all the other posers out there. That's one of the main criticisms that I personally had about the rap music industry. 90+% are all just these poser, wannabe gangsta thugs, and they're just not real, they're not raw, and most of them don't have any talent. Now, clearly, DMX is head and shoulders above pretty much anyone else when it comes to being real and raw. And we'll be getting into that as well. Let me just go over the comments real quick before we start our deep dive into potentially the absolute king of rap, DMX, and why all the Tupac fans will call me a blasphemer, and we will address that. Now, I know I mentioned that I would possibly rank Immortal Technique as the greatest rapper of all time. That's more of looking at everything, just high-level lyricism, etc. But I think DMX is right up there as well, and possibly more so for reasons we will be getting into. And again, this is coming from someone who wasn't even really a fan. I would not call myself a DMX fan in the past. Now, I might have to today, though. I might have to today. I mean, we will be examining on whether or not he might even have the mantle as the greatest of all time. So, in the chat here, we have Jess Palmer, Kill the Bank, Justin Johnson, Alien Big Cat 23, South to West, Kill the Bank asking favorite DMX song. That is way too tough. I went through quite a bit of his catalog in prepping this podcast, and I have to say, his diversity is actually very impressive. Mr. One-to-One in the chat here. The snake, the rat, the cat, the dog. How you gonna see them when you're living in the fog? Classic. Killed the bank on DMX's name. He found the name on the box DMX drum machine. Since I felt it was nice by the beats. Since I felt I was nice by the beats, I took that, DMX said. It was strong and powerful. Kill the Bank says, it's said that he died of the usual drug OD. Not sure I believe that, but who knows? He was talking about some big boys in the entertainment industry from what I heard. Yes, indeed. And we will be going over that. And I think even the most, fervent DMX hater has to admit DMX has been blowing the whistle on the Illuminati cabal's influence and stranglehold over the rap industry since the 90s. I mean, this guy, Keep It Real has kind of turned into this, this catchphrase that even soy goofs kind of use. But once upon a time, it meant something. And yeah, it seems like DMX was probably the only rapper who really kept it real. I mean, Immortal Technique's kind of, he's kind of a commie. I don't know the guy personally, obviously, but his communist leanings does taint his work a little bit, I have to say. Whereas with DMX, you're always getting raw truth. It's really impressive, even if you're not a fan. But yeah, I'll be getting into all of that as well. Phoenix 2181 asking if there are any Jedi Mind Tricks fans in here. Okay, Phoenix, are you the one who asked me the question on who the greatest rapper of all time was when I mentioned Immortal Technique on the P. Diddy podcast? If you haven't checked that out on MindShock, check that out. Because I mentioned that I was and still am, a very big fan of Jedi Mind Tricks. Kill the Bank said, hey, if Seagal worked with him, he was the real deal. Supposedly they didn't get along, though. Well, a lot of all-time greats, with big personalities might not get along. And who knows what kind of false info people fed to DMX about Seagal to possibly taint his opinion. Oh, it wasn't Phoenix. Yeah, somebody asked me. I kind of wrote out a long comment on the P. Diddy episode about why I put Immortal Technique up there as possibly the greatest. I don't know, we have to revisit here. We have to revisit because I think DMX might truly be able to lay claim to that title as the absolute king. Justin Johnson mentioned, I like Lord Give Me a Sign. Yep, one of the most powerful rap songs of all time, no doubt. And what we're going to be getting into, of course, is how much damage he did to the Illuminati cabal. I mean, you cannot see Immortal Technique's not even mainstream. You cannot deny that DMX was probably the realest mainstream rapper ever. And I mean, it wasn't an act. I mean, you look through all these interviews. I mean, this is who he was, and he seemed to have been true to himself through and through from beginning to end. And it's kind of hard not to admire that. And obviously, he struggled with his demons. And we'll be getting into the critical issue here. Did he or did he not sell his soul to the devil? And if so, is it possible to get it back? And regardless of whether it is or it isn't, did he defy the devil and go against the devil that he sold his soul to and turn against the devil, give himself to God and preach so that nobody else could fall down the same path that he did? And was he this kind of Christ-like figure that wanted, I mean, I don't even know if he wanted redemption per se. I mean, it's kind of hard to argue against DMX doing the best he could with what he had in any given circumstance. If you haven't, Justin Johnson saying Mortal Technique Dance with the Devil Blew My Mind, did you listen to that before I mentioned it on the P. Diddy podcast? Because Immortal Technique has one of the most impressive bodies of work ever, including diversity, comedy, etc. But there's actually varying theories on whether or not DMX actually sold his soul. He was definitely having the conversation, and he definitely, had a lot of darkness, and it seems like he was struggling and going back and forth. But at the end, I mean, his testimony is just so powerful. But going back to the 90s, it seems like he was already blowing the whistle. Justin Johnson, have you heard many of Immortal Technique's other songs? I don't think Immortal Technique has a single bad song. I don't think he does. But if you haven't checked out my podcast on drug addiction and drug addicts, check that out because, again, I'm not making any apologies for any kind of criminal activity that DMX was involved in. However, and I'm not excusing the intentional use of drugs. However, I do want to point out that, I mean, there was a few people who actually commented as well, including an individual who worked at a drug treatment facility. Literally anyone from any walk of life can become an addict. Now again, that doesn't excuse it, that we're not saying that humans don't have free will, simply that a certain amount of compassion should probably be warranted in people's choices in life and people's traumas that other people don't have, where it's not that simple to say, oh, you would never touch drugs no matter what. And maybe that's true for a certain tiny percentage of the population. Maybe that's true. Or maybe that's only true because of their upbringing. Whereas if they had a different upbringing, I mean, nobody chooses the parents they're born to. Nobody chooses to be born into poverty or a hard life. So there's so many factors here. I'm not making excuses for anybody or anything. I'm just saying we should look at the entirety of available information. Kill the Bank says, I believe that you can sell your soul. Also, if you dedicate your life afterwards for truth, you will get it back. God knows we will fail in life, the process and the journey towards truth. I'm not sure about that. If I had to guess, I would lean you cannot get it back. However, agreeing to sell it doesn't mean it's gone. So even if you make the deal, I don't know. I mean, I think there's a certain point where the transaction's complete. I don't think it's a snapping of the fingers. Because people can be deceived. You know, people can be drunk. People can make deals in emotional times. I think that there needs to be a sustained agreement with the devil to sell your soul. I don't think it's just, snap of the fingers verbal agreement. And if I had to guess, again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I'm just guessing here. I'm not claiming that's true. But if I had to guess, And I think DMX might be the perfect example of someone who was teetering. Like the soul was being ripped away from him, but possibly he never fully let it go. I don't know. That's my guess, and we will just dive through all this and see. So, I mean, again, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you can lose it and get it back. I have no idea. People more well versed in the occult might be able to say here. But again, I don't think there's a magical. It seems weird for you just to magically be able to say something and all of a sudden your soul's gone. And same way, like if you accidentally kill somebody, that's not the same thing as an intentional Illuminati human sacrifice for profit. Those are two different situations. Perhaps there's a point of no return. Also an Immortal Technique song. Okay, so let's just do a brief overview of the life of DMX for people not familiar with this icon of rap. Earl Simmons, born December 18th, 1970, died April 9th, 2021. This is straight from the wiki. Known professionally as DMX, was an American rapper and actor. Although I will say this, I think I mentioned this on the P. Diddy podcast. Even though I wasn't a fan of DMX as an artist, as a musician in the past, I always was a fan of his movies, and I couldn't explain that. I'm kind of the same way with Stone Cold Steve Austin. I am definitely not a fan of Stone Cold Steve Austin, the pro wrestler. But I kind of enjoy his movies. Can't help it. I like his movies. All right, so his music is characterized by his aggressive rapping style with lyrical content varying from hardcore themes to prayers. DMX began rapping in the early 90s. After an unsuccessful tenure on Columbia Records, he signed with Rough Riders Entertainment in a joint venture with Def Jam Recordings to release his debut studio album, It's Dark and Hell is Hot, 1998, which was met with critical and commercial success, selling 251,000 units its first week and yielding the Billboard Hot 100 Top 40 single, Rough Riders Anthem. Okay, here's another point, though. Remember what Cat Williams said? Like, the number one rule in the whole Illuminati club of selling your soul is to pretend it didn't happen. DMX was openly talking about these battles with the devil. Openly talking about it the entire time it was going on. Just something to keep in mind. It was the first of 5 of his albums to consecutively debut atop the Billboard 200, with DMX becoming the first artist in the chart's history to do so. I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, nowadays, there's a lot of people who don't even mention DMX's name in the conversation about greatest rappers of all time. They have goofs like Drake, like Illuminati sellouts, like Drake, Jay-Z, and all these other so-called top great rappers. His second album, Flesh of My Flesh, Blood of My Blood, was followed by Third, and then there was X. Now, X has a lot of Illuminati symbolism as well. I don't really want to get into it, although I do not know why Elon Musk has not licensed X Gonna Give It To You for, to be the main theme of Twitter. I think, I don't know what's going on there, but. So that became his best selling release, 1999, and was supported by his second top 40 single, Party Up, Up in Here. His fourth album, The Great Depression, 2001, was followed by his fifth, Grand Champ, 2003, which was led by the single Where the Hood At, and included the international bonus track X Gonna Give It To Ya. Although his following releases trailed critically and commercially by 2021, DMX has sold over 74 million records worldwide. DMX was featured in films such as Belly, 98, alongside Nas, Romeo Must Die, 2000, and Cradle to the Grave, 2003, alongside Jet Li, Exit Wounds, 2001, with Steven Seagal, and Beyond the Law, also alongside with Steven Seagal, 2019, and Last Hour, alongside Michael Madsen in 2008, also featuring David Carradine and Paul Sorvino. In 2006, he starred in the reality television series DMX, Soul of a Man, which primarily aired on the BET cable television network. In 2003, he published a book of his memoirs titled EARL, The Autobiography of DMX. Yeah, I actually have not seen the reality show. It's probably pretty interesting. But again, it's titled Soul of a Man. Again, possibly leading credence that he didn't actually lose his soul. Perhaps he was in the middle of a contract with the devil, but he changed his mind as his God-given free will grants him. DBH facts only in the chat saying, Flesh of My Flesh cover is real goat's blood, by the way. The Rough Riders CEO confirmed it on Vlad TV. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't trust anything from Vlad TV. Again, I'm not saying anything is wrong on there, but they do spin a lot of rumors, especially anti-Steven Seagal propaganda. Early life, Earl Simmons was born December 18th, 1970 in Mount Vernon, New York. He was the son of 19-year-old Arnett Simmons. Whatever happened to the name Arnett? That's a pretty cool name. And 18-year-old Joe Barker. Simmons was the middle child of the family. His mother had given birth to a daughter, Bonita, 2 years prior, and later gave birth to one daughter, Shayla, and two stillborn sons. His father, Barker, painted watercolor paintings of street scenes to sell at local fairs, having moved to Philadelphia to fulfill his career. In his childhood years, Simmons first suffered from physical violence at the hands of his mother and was diagnosed with bronchial asthma. He was raised as a Jehovah's Witness. He disassociated himself from the spirituality after he was injured in an accident by a driver. So think about all DMX had just undergone and had to overcome in his early life. Physical beatings from his mother, resulting in asthma. Also injured in a car accident. At the age of 5, his mother sent him to live with relatives in Yonkers school street housing apartments, abandoned by his family. After suffering from his mother's abuse, he was expelled from a middle school at the age of 10, having been sent to a group home. He then returned to Yonkers at age 15, sleeping in empty storage bins and befriending stray dogs. Due to poor grades at Yonkers Middle High School, Simmons was unable to finish his track and field team schedule. Broke, he robbed several students to find food and clothing for himself, as well as a leather collar and harness for his pet dog. He began carjacking. So again, before people cast any stones on DMX, how many people beaten and abandoned by their family? I mean, it's actually going to get even darker than this. It's not mentioned on the wiki, but it's actually much darker. He still had the wherewithal. He still had enough spirit to still strive to succeed. Justin Johnson in the chat here. After you did the Seagal stuff, I started seeing a lot of Seagal is a con YouTube suggestions. Clean up on aisle 8. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the goofs that came out of the woodwork on Reddit when I posted some of the Seagal stuff on Reddit was hilarious. I mean, a conspiracy sub backing mainstream media propaganda. I mean, it's wild. Wild stuff. DBH Facts Only says the X is an allusion to Osiris and to the Egyptian god dog Anubis. Well, the thing about dogs, so dog, I mean, this, I don't know how deep I want to get into this, but we probably should, because DMX is synonymous with dogs, the dog, dog. I mean, obviously, so dog, man's best friend, but also supposedly the spirit of God is in dogs. That's why dogs are so loyal, more loyal than any human who can be deceived. But dog is, of course, an anagram for God. So there is a lot of the occult in that as well. You know, it's hard to make heads or tails of all of this stuff just looking at all at once quickly. But diving deep, like the coincidence stack's gonna pile up. But regarding DMX's upbringing, I mean, how impressive is it? I mean, yes, supposedly he died age 50. Obviously, there are some theories he's not dead, but he to make it to age 50 as one of the most successful music artists of all time from this kind of upbringing. I mean, I don't know what the DMX haters are smoking, but to accomplish this much off of this background, I mean, he was literally physically injured by his mother as a child and abandoned. I mean, the physical and emotional abuse, and to come back from all of that. I mean, that's just absolutely incredible. And not just come back from it. Not just come back from it, but to become so inspirational for many, many people to the point of turning the entire Illuminati music industry on its head with his preaching of God. I mean, it's just, this is a very, very unique story that we're examining here. Musical career 1985 to 95 career beginnings. His career began in 1985 when he beatboxed for a local rapper named Ready Ron. They would do small shows together where Ron would perform as a rapper and DMX would beatbox and provide ad libs. After some time, he realized Ron was becoming more prominent on the scene, so he decided to start rapping himself under the name DMX, an acronym for Divine Master of the Unknown, and later Dark Man X. Divine Master of the Unknown. Interesting. This is what he said in his autobiography. After serving a 2-year prison sentence, he began writing his own lyrics and performing at the local rec center for younger children. In 88, while in prison for carjacking, I have to interrupt this again. I mean, how many people are functional, let alone highly successful rappers, while continually doing stints in prison? I mean, just the level of mental strength of this man is absolutely incredible. I mean, I really don't know how he has any haters. How does this man have any haters at all? I mean, it's just crazy. Ivan720 in the chat says Aaliyah also starred in Romeo Must Die with DMX. Aaliyah tragic death in a plane crash is full of conspiracies and mysteries. Yes, it is. Yes, it is indeed. I will have to do a podcast on Aaliyah as well. And who can forget the Aaliyah film Queen of the Damned, 2002? A lot of occult symbolism there as well. We also have to say, like, especially with DMX, I actually think I'm gonna spoil it. I'm gonna spoil this whole podcast. I don't even care anymore. I'm spoiling it right now. I think DMX is possibly the linchpin to bringing down the entire cabal. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. I think DMX is possibly the linchpin that could bring it all crashing down. And obviously, I'm going to be bringing a ton of receipts for people who are familiar with MINDSHOCK. I just did 20 hours of Steven Seagal receipts, so I don't say it lightly. I do not say this lightly. But I think DMX, his name, Divine Master of the Unknown, I think he was onto something, and I'm going to give another spoiler here. I don't think the majority of these celebrities have any idea what they're getting into when they get into the entertainment industry and they make it to the top. I think, especially like, for example, the Aaliyah situation. Who thinks Aaliyah was fully aware of the satanic Illuminati symbolism in Queen of the Damned beforehand? I mean, who knows what was happening as she was shooting the movie and the things that she had seen. But for these young people in their 20s, I don't think they're these high-level initiates that know exactly what is going down, how, and why. And I think DMX is one of the few who is in the process of being recruited to do the devil's work in the Illuminati cabal. And he struggled with it. But I don't think he ever fully went through with it and took the plunge, and in the end he chose the path of good. And that's why the so-called industry turned against him, because he simply refused to be their pawn. He was too strong. And I think there are enough receipts here going back to the 90s. And I think DMX did what he could with what he had. I think he was intentionally sabotaged every step of the way based on the available information and the receipts I will provide. And despite all of the sabotaging, he still was able to rise above to a certain level. Obviously, he still struggled with demons, some of which I wouldn't even necessarily say were directly his fault, especially all of this trauma incurred as a child. Obviously, none of that was his fault in any way. But obviously, it led to some kind of issues. And again, I think he revealed everything every step of the way, which is what we are going to examine here. Kill the Bank says the entertainment industry would be the perfect place for the devil to set up shop. Yeah, absolutely. 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 Mr. One to One says, I'd say DMX is in the club, Bruce. I would say he was recruited to be in the club. He might have even stepped into the club, but I don't think he wanted to have anything to do with it once it became known to him. And again, the mental struggles with the drugs and everything caused some issues. I mean, that's the other thing, too. I mean, I don't think this is controversial in 2024. A lot of celebrities get hooked on drugs so they can't blow the whistle. They become these mental wrecks. Like, even the ones who aren't MK Ultra Monarch programmed. Like, obviously, the kids that grow up in the industry, if they're programmed, then supposedly the programming breaks down in the late 20s, early 30s. And that's why all these celebrities have breakdowns. But both that group of celebrity that grew up as child stars and also adults who make it to the top in the industry who are later compromised in many different ways, one of which is drugs. And with DMX, that actually started. Well, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Let me just finish the wiki here. In this comprehensive deep dive, the most comprehensive on DMX ever, I don't know how long this podcast is going to be, but we're going to attempt to cover everything, and I'll be providing tons of receipts on DMX very possibly being the linchpin to collapse the entire Illuminati cabal. In 1988, while in prison for carjacking, he began dedicating more of his free time to writing lyrics and battling other inmates. During this time, he had created a style called Spellbound, where he spelled each word out letter by letter. He and future rival K Solo engaged in battles. He later made an appearance on the Stretch Armstrong and Bobbito show in January 91, where he provided a freestyle. The Source praised DMX in its unsigned hype column that highlighted unsigned hip-hop artists. In 91, DMX signed a management deal with the then unknown record label Rough Riders Entertainment. Later that year, Columbia, I mean, Columbia. I mean, that is definitely a podcast that needs to be made for the occult Illuminati symbolism and everything associated with Columbia. But anyway, signed DMX to its subsidiary labels Chaos Records and Rough House Records, which released his major debut single Born Loser in 93. Failing to meet commercial projections and not reaching any music charts, he was then terminated from his contract with Rough House and became an independent artist. Now, I don't actually remember what he said about that entire process in his book. I mean, one of the lyrics from Born Loser is, "The born loser not because I choose to be, but because all the bad expletive happens to me." Another line from this song, "Even when I was little, nothing went my way. I got beat up and chased home from school every day." "Since I was born with no hope, I ain't got nothing to lose." Quite powerful lyrics. You know what's kind of crazy though? I just can't help but think all the people that were in his position, or even had a better starting position in life than he did, that simply just never made anything of themselves. They just gave up. And it's like all this bad stuff happened to him, and he never really gave up, did he? I mean, he was fighting till the end. In January 94, Death Row Records attempted to sign the rapper in a joint venture with Rough Riders, although this never materialized. 96 to 97, building hype and signing to Def Jam. After 2 years of struggling in the industry, his friend and associate Irv Gotti became the president of A&R at Def Jam Recordings after showcasing for then president Lyor Cohen. The guy's name is Lyor, Lyor. That's an interesting name. That is a very interesting name. September 28th, 2016, Lyor Cohen was named YouTube's global head of music. I mean, is this guy in the club, so to speak? DMX was signed to Def Jam Recordings May 97. 98 to 2000 debut album and commercial success. DMX became the only rapper alive to have his first two consecutive #1 Billboard 200 albums within a 1 year period. 7 months by calculation, and the first since Tupac. Interesting. 2001, 2004, returned to music. After improving his legal situation, DMX returned to the studio to complete his fourth album, The Great Depression, released October 23rd, 2001. His fourth album to debut at #1 on the Billboard 200. 2005 to 2011, after conflict with Def Jam, in an exchange for signing Nas to the label in a de facto trade, DMX signed to Columbia Records, Def Jam's former parent company, in January '06, returning to the label since '92. In 2009, DMX claimed he would pursue preaching in Jersey City, New Jersey, as well as continue to produce music. He completed a gospel music album prior to his incarceration. According to MTV, he had semi retired to study the Bible in an effort to give messages behind the pulpit. 2013, 2021, DMX, he announced he began working on his 8th studio album. He collaborated with producers Swizz Beatz and Dame Grease. In December, after regaining his passport, he embarked on a world tour with performances in Bulgaria and Kosovo. Exodus, DMX's 8th and posthumous studio album, was released through Def Jam May 28th, 2021. He was a transitional deacon, aspired to become ordained as a pastor, stating that he received this call in 2009. In 2016, he gave a sermon at a church in Phoenix, Arizona. He was the father of 17 children from 11 different women. I mean, he's prolific. That's more than Steven Seagal. I mean, very prolific. Let's try to keep the chat on topic here, specifically to DMX. He married his childhood friend Tashara Simmons in '99. They were married for 11 years. They had 4 children. Quite a few unpaid child support payments, which will actually feature prominently in the DMX saga. DMX also did not have a will, so obviously quite a few legal battles. That's actually kind of interesting. Hmm. I wonder if he was ever asked his justification for not having a will. Because, I mean, life expectancy of a rapper, not just a rapper, a celebrity living the fast lifestyle, so to speak, is obviously not very long. DMX filed for bankruptcy 3 times, first filing July 30th, 2013, citing his child support obligations as his priority claim. Feud with Ja Rule. During the 90s, DMX formed a close bond with fellow up-and-coming rappers Jay-Z and Ja Rule. The 3 collaborated many times and formed a group known as Murder Inc. Interesting name there. The group was short-lived due to internal issues between DMX and Jay-Z. After the breakup of Murder Inc., DMX disparaged Ja Rule in interviews, accusing him of being a copycat, drawing comparisons between himself and what he saw as Ja stealing his signature gruff style of delivery. Legal issues. DMX was in jail more than 30 times throughout his lifetime for various offenses, including criminal possession of a weapon, robbery, assault, carjacking, animal cruelty, reckless driving, driving under the influence, unlicensed driving, drug possession, probation violation, failure to pay child support, pretending to be a federal agent, and tax evasion. See, another interesting point, this is a completely different category, different categories of crime than, let's say, P. Diddy or some of these other scumbags. This is actually kind of crazy. DMX was first sent to prison in 1986 after stealing a dog from a junkyard. He served a few months in the juvenile unit of Woodfield Prison. Does anybody want to guess the name of the city that Woodfield Prison is in New York? You can't make this stuff up, people. Anybody want to make a guess in the chat? Where DMX served this sentence. This first few months in the juvenile unit. Does anyone want to take a guess? I'm not going to wait too long. If anyone wants to guess, guess now. Nobody wants to guess? What city that DMX served this first sentence? It's in New York. It's in New York State. It is called Valhalla. He served his first sentence in Valhalla, New York. I mean, that is curious. That is curious. I have to say, that's really curious. It's almost like he was destined for greatness from the get-go. And for those that don't know, in Norse mythology, Valhalla is where it's a majestic afterlife, the hall of slain warriors, those who die in combat honorably. That's where the first sentence DMX served was. And we're just getting started here. I mean, as always, I expected some skepticism, just like all the Steven Seagal skepticism. By the time we're done with this podcast, I'm not sure anybody's going to be arguing here, but we'll see. We'll see. So, okay, later that year, he was sentenced to 2 years for another crime and sent to industry institution. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, I totally skipped over this when I was looking at this before. Industry institution? So his first sentence in the juvenile unit in Valhalla, New York. His second sentence in industry institution. Industry institution. Huh. I can't find any information on this particular institution. Huh. Well, it's gonna get crazier, though. It's gonna get crazier. So he was sentenced to 2 years. However, that December, just a few days after starting his sentence, DMX and his cellmate successfully escaped the prison. So DMX and his cellmate escaped industry institution. They escaped the industry. And keep in mind, his first stint, it was in the juvenile unit in Valhalla, New York. So he escaped prison, returned home. His mother forced him to turn himself in and finish the sentence, which he did at the McCormick Juvenile Detention Center in Brooktondale, New York. He was sent to prison again in '88 for carjacking, and then was later moved to a higher security prison after attempting to extort a fellow inmate for drugs. He was released in the summer of '88. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but yeah, drug possession, disorderly conduct, various crimes of these nature. Parole violations. You know what's curious? November 2010, DMX arrested in Maricopa County, Arizona. That's where Seagal worked in law enforcement as well. I wonder if they had any, that would be some wild episodes of Steven Seagal Lawman. He also appears to have connections to Spartanburg, South Carolina. Valhalla, Spartanburg. I mean, this is curious stuff. I mean, the synchronicity here is off the charts, and we're just getting started. And then 2017 tax fraud. Alright, so who's ready to start the deep dive here? I mean, we're just getting started, and the synchronicity is already off the charts. I mean, this guy, his first stint is in Valhalla, New York. Wow. Okay, so let's start the deep dive here. We can't do it without first addressing Tupac. So I know a lot of people have Tupac as the #1 rapper of all time. And I don't know if they are going to like what I'm about to play. Was gangsta rap a CIA operation to glorify the gang life? I mean, this is a major question. Was Tupac simply controlled opposition? An actor? Is there evidence of this? Was Tupac the controlled op and DMX the real deal? Let's examine here. Let's examine. So, this is a video, The Industry Hoax Revealed. I think people might be familiar with this. For those that aren't, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but we're going to go through some of it here.
From birth, Tupac would be utilized as an agent provocateur, a mere stepping stone in the path of lies. In the revitalization of the Black Power movements, he was appropriately named after a revolutionary leader, because he was being primed since birth to adopt this role as an adversary to the government. We have seen these characters being created and introduced to the public each decade in order to commence a revolutionary movement or thought. Then they are killed off and reaffirmed as martyr figures, serving as an example of what happens when you disobey the government.
I mean, that's a lot to unload right there. But the industry hoax here claiming that there are all of these major figures are plants, are manufactured plants, and he is also claiming the same of Tupac Shakur, the son of a Black Panther, primed since birth for this role in the stage known as the world.
Ranging from MLK to Rosa Parks to Huey P. Newton, agents are issued out to carry out psyops. Time and time again, these figures come from families with connections to government agencies and exhibited as political activists, publicly killed off and marketed as martyrs, with their stories being sold off into each new generation to bolster the anti-government heroism and the understanding of the effects of anti-government activism. But let's start from the beginning.
Wikipedia tells us Tupac was born a month after his mother was acquitted of 156 charges of conspiracy against the United States government and New York landmarks in the Panther 21 trial.
I mean, is this all coincidental? Is it all coincidental? The coincidence theorists will say yes. But let's dive deeper here, because if it's not coincidental, I mean, call me crazy, but if all of these are not simple coincidences, what does it all mean?
After this long and torturous trial, we get this tidbit from the New York Times article announcing the acquittal. There wasn't enough evidence after 8 months? What were they doing for 8 months? Oh yeah, reading Mao and getting refills on popcorn. The prosecution should have had piles and piles of evidence, all the evidence they collected in order to charge the defendants with 156 counts of conspiracy against the US government. Also ridiculous is the fact that Tupac's mom represented herself in the trial, refusing to use an attorney. We are supposed to believe a poor farmer girl from North Carolina successfully defended herself in the New York Supreme Court against 156 charges of conspiracy?
I was rearrested along with 21 other members of the Black Panther Party on charges of conspiracy to murder some pigs, and attacks against our party still escalated.
I mean, I have to say, the coincidence stack is very high here. I mean, it is very, very high in this trial.
Other actors included the prosecutors from the DA's office, Joseph Phillips and Jeffrey Weinstein, and the judge, Charles Marks. Those names tell you everything you need to know.
We got Weinsteins and Marxes in this trial. I mean, this is really bonkers. I mean, this is really bonkers stuff here. Are we all to believe that this is all coincidental?
Marks had earlier presided over the Malcolm X murder trial, which was another fake trial. The Panther 21 bombing plot was a hoax coordinated by the equally fake CIA-created Black Panther movement. The fact that Tupac's parents were involved in this hoax and the Black Panthers is enough to out him as a spook.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't say that's enough. I mean, various agents have children. That is true. Now, I mean, obviously the coincidence stack's about to get a whole lot higher, and on the merit of that, we can possibly make some connections.
Tupac Shakur was not his real name. This is an immediate and glaring red flag.
I actually mentioned this on the Tupac Shakur podcast I did. His real name is Lizanne Parrish Crooks. Crooks? His what kind of a last name is Crooks? Are they crooks? Some people also think that Tupac was born female, and other people say that he was effeminate and flamboyant, but we'll get to all that.
Saying even his real name is a mystery since neither of his parents were crooks. His mother was born Alice Faye Williams, and his father was born William Garland. So where did crooks come from? We aren't told.
We are told by Tupac's alleged father, Billy Garland, that Tupac was the product of a short affair that he had with a Feni at a Black Panther office. So who is Lassane Crooks? There are no real government-known records of the Lassane Crooks.
Affair at an office? What does that mean? Like, what were those offices used for? The Black Panther Party had official offices, and what were they being used for?
It is also possible Tupac was never Afeni's biological son. Looking at the younger Afeni, one would think she could pass for a lesbian. I also found an article about Afeni in a magazine called Dyke. In this article, Afeni appears in the section called Dykes Behind Bars. She was allegedly...
Wait, seriously? You can't make this stuff up, people. There's a... Wow. Like, this was an actual magazine, and Tupac Shakur's mother is featured in this magazine. Are people still following here? Is everyone still following? And yes, this is very necessary because we are laying the groundwork on why Tupac might have been the manufactured fraud and DMX might be the real deal.
Cellmates with an inmate named Carol Crooks. This is the only link between Tupac's alleged real name.
So, hold on. Call me crazy, but is it possible for two lesbians to have a child? So she has a relationship with another female, and okay. So now we have to ask the question. We might need Matt Walsh in here. What is a woman? I mean, who is male? Who is truly male and who is truly female? So here's a pattern that's been emerging, right? The past few years. All the conspiracy theorists are always called crazy. And when it seems like the crazier the supposedly crazier the conspiracy, the more they're derided and chastised. However, just a few short years or sometimes months later, it turns out the conspiracy is true. So all of this gender swapping, all these gender swapping facades, is there some truth to this?
This section states Crooks continued to spend time in and out of correctional facilities as a young woman. Afeni became close to Crooks.
How did these two women at a women's prison have a kid? I mean, am I simply not logical enough to figure this out? Can anybody in the chat help me figure this out? I mean, I don't want to be rude here, but let's go back to this clip. Let's go back to this clip here. Am I crazy, or does she have a mustache there?
New York Supreme Court against 156 charges of conspiracy.
I was rearrested along with 21 other men.
Am I crazy, or is that is that kind of a stash? Yeah, we do have some astute mind shockers in the chat here. Justin Johnson stating conjugal visits can be magical. Good point. Joyce B saying prison guard hanky panky. Yeah, that is curious. Now, are there usually male guards in a women's prison? Because from that clip, I mean, I don't know. I suppose it would depend on the prison. But if there were all female guards... Yeah, I mean, that kind of jumped out at me. I didn't want to really point it out, but now we have to. Now we really have to. We can zoom in even more here. I mean, DMX seems awfully curious about that stash. He's looking right at it on the screen right here. "16 Alpha saying, MindShock, you have lived up to your channel name today." We're just getting started, 16 Alpha V. This is just the beginning. You haven't even seen the bulk of receipts I'm about to bring on DMX possibly being the most influential individual that can bring down the cabal. Mario C in the chat saying, "She reminds me of Chris Tucker from The Fifth Element." I didn't see that, but now that you mention it, whoa, now it cannot be unseen. Let me bring up an image to compare. I wonder if there is a Chris Tucker. I wonder if there's a Chris Tucker Tupac Shakur connection. Maybe. I mean, definitely the nose. The nose is similar. I mean, yeah, Chris Tucker's sporting a little bit of a stash there as well. Yeah, Prince for sure. Prince for sure. Trying to get an image of him wearing glasses. If only he had the same kind of frames. Prince and Tupac look very similar as well. I mean, why wouldn't there be artists who got hoodwinked into the cabal and then resented that and wanted to blow the whistle in whatever way they could? Prince's nose is actually different. I thought his nose would be a little bit more similar, but the facial features. Wow. Lord Zed saying that her mustache is still thicker than Tucker's. Alright. Well, let's continue here.
Fenny appears in the section called Dykes Behind Bars. She was allegedly cellmates with an inmate named Carol Crooks. This is the only link between Tupac's alleged real name. This section states Crooks continued to spend time in and out of correctional facilities as a young woman. Fenny became close to Crooks.
Yeah, that was a female guard there in the background.
In the book Evolution of a Revolutionary, it states, Fenny continues, and the women in the party chose to stay away from me too. Their panther men would tell them things about me like Fenny's a freak and Fenny's gay or Fenny's weird.
Wait, are they saying Fenny is effeminate? Effeminate Fenny? I don't know, man. I don't know, this is weird.
Women didn't want that association, especially being gay, because then you don't get Panther men. But this is something I learned later. I also think they gave Afeni and Tupac a nose ring to force the mind into thinking like mother like son, to make them resemble each other. It's a clever mind trick, but in reality, they're not mother and son.
Crooks.
This is getting really weird. This is getting very weird.
We're told his mother made up the name when she filled out his birth certificate.
DMX is not happy about what's on the screen right now.
So that he'd be harder for her enemies to find and track. But this explanation makes no sense, since we were already told Alice Afeni was acquitted of 156 charges in a very high-profile case just 2 months before Tupac was born. That means she was in custody during most of her pregnancy. We're also told the FBI was surveilling her before her arrest as part of its COINTELPRO operations. Did she really think they'd just stop tracking her the moment she was acquitted? In any event, did she really think the FBI couldn't figure out what she named her son? And that still doesn't explain why she chose the name Crooks. If you really wanted to throw off the feds, would you pick that name?
Well, also, would it really throw off the feds, though? Because if it's... they would know who her cellmate is. I mean, that's kind of, this is kind of criminology 101. Who did someone share a cell with? Because obviously they might have talked to him.
She may as well named him burglar or arsonist.
The Panther 21 trials were a hoax, so this would make Afeni's prison time fake, and we were given entertainment identities. Therefore Tupac's real legal birth name is unknown and never will be publicly disclosed. Some CIA operatives assume fake names to match the documents. I believe from birth Tupac was given a fake identity and pushed through the public school system, while behind the scenes he was privately taught. How can you tell someone is a CIA agent? This person says I can't think of one trait that all agents have. The two in my immediate family are extremely eloquent and well-spoken. They are really into politics and know what's going on in the world. Both speak a foreign language. Both have one of those faces that could fit in anywhere and a good understanding of what makes people tick. If Tupac was an agent provocateur with a fake identity, then it's likely he wasn't really 25 years old. Why would the CIA give us real personal information if it's an operation? Let's take his social security number for example. He was allegedly born in New York. His social security number is said to be 546-47-8539. As we look up how social security numbers were given, it says prior to 1973, social security numbers were assigned by our field offices. The number merely established that his or her card was issued by one of our offices in that state. Tupac was allegedly born in 1971. The first numbers of the social security number for people born in New York are 050134, but Tupac's social security number is listed as him being born in California, with the number of 5455573.
Wow, Industry Hoax really did their homework here. I mean, they are going through all of this. This is very interesting stuff.
Which means the created number is one of someone that's born in California, not New York. Another thing I find odd is, Tupac's alleged birth certificate was issued at the start of his career. As if they're saying Tupac Shakur, the rapper, was born. At the same time, Death Row Records was established. To me, the Black Panther operation was over, and now they're implementing it into hip-hop to further push the racial tension with Tupac.
I'm gonna replay that section again.
050134, but Tupac's social security number is listed as him being born in California, with the number of 5455573, which means the created number is one of someone that's born in California, not New York. Another thing I find odd is, Tupac's alleged birth certificate was issued at the start of his career.
Now, is that when they issued that particular copy? Or is there no other copy? In which case, does Tupac not even have a legitimate birth certificate? It is kind of weird because I believe this birth certificate on the screen that they found, I think that is the earliest available one. And it does say Tupac Amaru Shakur. So where does Lisanne Crooks come from? I mean, this is quite weird. It says that Afeni legally changed his name 1 year later. So how come nobody has the original birth certificate? This is kind of weird. And why is the issue date? There's two different issue dates. On a later issue date happens to match.
As if they're saying Tupac Shakur, the rapper, was born. At the same time, Death Row Records was established.
I mean, this is kind of weird. I mean, the coincidence stack is getting crazy, and we're still pretty early in the podcast.
The Black Panther operation was over, and now they're implementing it into hip-hop to further push the racial tension with Tupac. In my mind, Death Row Records was never meant to have longevity.
Joyce B., apparently all school records would have Tupac Shakur because she changed his name to Tupac Shakur 1 year after birth. So the only records that would have his Lisanne Crooks name would be his original birth certificate, all of the hospital records, and any records up to 1 year after birth would all say Crooks on them. Now, she claimed to have, these are the claims. It's claimed she changed his name to Tupac Shakur 1 year after birth. I don't see any records or documentation of this. So I guess we don't really know, though. Yeah, I mean, there seem to be a lot of missing records here.
This is why the main acts were Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and Tupac. Everyone else lacks the promotion, as the stage was only being set for Tupac.
Layla introducing Agent Gregory, who was managing Digital Underground. He was like, I'm gonna send you to Digital Underground there in the studio. You just rap for Shock G on the spot. If he like you, then I'll pick you up. Yeah, I just walked in, rap for him. He's like, okay, good, you're in. Boom, boom, boom. I'll see you later.
Oh, Let me tell you one of my favorite Tupac stories. When Tupac was in his mother's womb, I was selling Black Panther newspapers to raise money to get out of prison.
Wow. Yeah, my father was in the Black Panther Party, and I actually was raised in the Black Panther Party.
There's the real connection. Money B's father was also in the Black Panthers, so this was not an ordinary walk-in and rap for Shock G. There's a prior connection that connects all the key players. This is why Tupac was accepted so fast. Let's get back to Tupac's alleged mother.
Intelia's search of Alice Faye Williams pulls her up as Alice Faye Williams. Note the misspelled middle name. We know it's her because it says she worked at the Black Panther Party. Right, as if it were a business and she was on the payroll. It doesn't show her being related to Tupac, Jarrell, or her husband at the time of her death, Gus Davis, which is odd. It does show her being related to a Janice Williams, and an Intelia's search on Janice shows her being related, in turn, to an Alice Burleson. An Intelia's search on that name brings up an Alice Faye Burleson, age 70, who has also worked at the Black Panther Party. Intelius is clearly messing with us, sending us off on a wild goose chase for the fun of it. All of this points to the obvious observation that names are being intentionally fudged and hidden with no good explanation. Tupac's body was quickly cremated with no funeral. Maybe they thought his family members weren't good enough actors to fake sadness at his fake funeral. Think of the transparent absurdity of the Michael Jackson funeral, where the kids, especially, never had the right face on.
Man, obviously a Michael Jackson rabbit hole podcast is long overdue, but yeah, well, welcome Sphinx Bear Jane Creek in here. You guys have missed quite a few things, but we are examining whether or not DMX is what people believe Tupac was. The genuine realist rapper. Was Tupac a manufactured shill plant? And was DMX for real?
And thus, having the service would risk giving away the whole thing. The cremation bit sounds like a half-baked story to explain away there being no funeral. Tupac not dying also explains the inconsistencies in his coroner's report, such as the fact that it lists his weight as 215 pounds, while his driver's license says 168 pounds.
I mean, I don't know. Did he go on the Suge Knight diet? But how quickly would that diet have increased his weight? I mean, how sloppy is all of this, though? How sloppy is this? Yes, Kill the Bank. I have been preparing a Michael Jackson podcast actually for several years now. It is going to be very comprehensive. I have a few audio recordings that people might not have heard. Apparently, when some of these industry insiders decide to blow the whistle, they get killed. I mean, what a shocker.
That's a pretty big difference. In fact, it's a difference of 47 pounds. Other skeptics say this was a slip-up by the forgers, but it's not a slip-up at all. It's an intentional signal. 47 is year one of the CIA, and we have seen that number all over the place with these projects.
Okay, is that a bridge too far? In the chat, what does everybody think? Do people think a 47-pound discrepancy? I think we need a poll on this. We definitely need a poll. I mean, the coincidence stack's already a mile high. The question is, though, who is it a signal to? Unless this is all revelation of the method. Naps1, have you checked out the MINDSHOCK Predictive Programming podcast? Mr. 1-to-1 says the 47-pound discrepancy sounds like someone got my takeaway order wrong. Yeah, but Tupac didn't really look that different throughout. You know, it didn't look like his weight fluctuated. I mean, I'll bring up an image here. I mean, there's no way this guy is in the 230s. Wow, that's a big picture. Yeah, this guy is not 230. This guy's not. I mean, maybe pushing 200, but at 6 feet tall, maybe not. If I had to guess, I'd probably guess around 180, between 170 and 180 at his height. I mean, a 47-pound difference, I mean, no. Yeah, I mean, everybody fluctuates a couple pounds, but not 47. I mean, he always kind of had that frame. I mean, he never got muscular, he never got fat. He had a very similar frame for pretty much his entire life from everything I've seen. I mean, sure, he might have been a couple pounds lighter, sure, in his earlier days, but I mean, even in his this is supposedly the last known picture. So Suge Knight is 265. Now, I don't know how much he fluctuated, but do people really think that Tupac is only about 30 pounds lighter than Suge? Suge is gigantic. I mean, this is a huge discrepancy. This is a huge discrepancy. 53% of the chat said that it was a clear signal of something. We might not know to whom or for what reason, but it seems to have been a signal. Heracles in the chat here. You missed quite a lot. You missed quite a lot. But yeah, let's continue.
On Twitter, the CIA continues mocking the public, tweeting, "No, we don't know where Tupac is."
Wait, what? There's no way that's real. That was from the official CIA Twitter account? Wow. Okay, the 47-pound discrepancy is starting to look a lot less like a coincidence. I mean, that's kind of weird.
Notice the date of the tweet, July 7th, 2014, the 7th month, the 7th day, 2014, 2 plus 0, plus 1, plus 4, equals 7, there's the 777. They're laughing at the fans. The CIA knows exactly where Tupac is.
For further evidence, when they first released Tupac's coroner's report, they blacked out the first 3 and last 4 digits of Tupac's SSN, but leaves the middle two visible. Guess what those numbers are? 47.
Okay. Wow. Okay, we are firmly in MINDSHOCK land. Now, again, I was actually leaning slightly to the coincidence side for most of this. But this is the bridge too far for me. I mean, this is tough to write this all off. I mean, this is quite tough. This is quite tough to simply write off. The middle two numbers of his social are 47. The first three are 546, which don't match New York, but rather California. I mean, this is tough. This is tough.
Why wouldn't they just black out his entire SSN?
That's a good point. That is a good point. Unless, obviously, it wasn't even him, but...
Because it's a signal. It's marking this whole charade as an intelligence project.
He literally was not who he claimed to be.
The hell is he wearing there? The hell is that?
It was all a role, a characterization. The same for his alleged mother. Agents are issued out to carry out psyops that mislead and misinform the general public and keep them unaware as to the actual agenda taking place. This Tupac character served more than one role. His was to be both an instrument in the collapse of the black community, an advocate for government antagonism, and to make rap mainstream. His alleged family and lineage are not as heroic and prim of the heart-tugging Black Panther narrative that's been told.
Joyce B in the chat saying it looks like a Victoria-type bustier.
Tupac comes from a bloodline of informants who have worked for the CIA. Notice how all of the Shakurs are under
Mr. 1-to-1 in the chat saying that's a pussy-proof vest, bro. Wow, that's messed up. Jane Creek saying Tupac was most likely gonna play Mace Windu in a film where an evil lord seizes power through a series of false flag attacks. This is after becoming a conspiracy theorist. That just came to mind. $16 Alpha V saying, so Agent 47 of the Hitman video game series was inspired by Tupac. You know, that's actually curious. I didn't even put that together either, but yeah, you got a good point there.
Aliases, and are not their actual government names. It is only to give an indication that they are fulfilling a role, and are characters being used in these movements. Tupac, Afeni, Asada, etc., all Shakurs, all under aliases, rather than their real government names, and coincidentally all have ties to the Central Intelligence Agency. Tupac refusing conjugal visits from his alleged wife was another red flag. Instead, he's worried about what fans think. This doesn't sound realistic, and it's not, which is why Tupac's alleged ex-wife had a handler that was talking for her. Listen to the stuttering, it's all lies.
Conjugal relationship between the two of them while he was incarcerated.
A lot of people would think it was a marriage of convenience, and that, but they decided not to.
He didn't want to. He didn't marry me just for that sole purpose or anything like that. He married me because he loved me.
Okay.
You know, definitely from...
That is kind of weird how she kept looking at that lady every second. I mean, I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Looking at him wasn't necessarily like...
Am I the only one looking at her throat there? What's going on with her throat there?
Like, the type of cat that I would even like... Lee...
Yeah, Jada's throat.
Him...
I don't want to get the stream shut down, but...
wasn't.
Call me crazy. Call me crazy, but I don't think that's just from working out a lot. Again, call me crazy. Call me crazy. Now, I think this is a good time to do this. Just give me a second. I'm going to bring up some reference photos here. So females do have muscles in the larynx as well. So there are a lot of crazy people on Twitter just saying that every woman is a man. But let's actually do a proper investigation here. So here are the muscles of the larynx. So if you see the here, I'll circle it on the screen here. So you see these muscles here, they're clearly well-defined muscles here and here and here. So these are normal female muscles just from either working out or having low percent body fat. Those are all completely normal, even on a female. And to drive this point home, so even a female bodybuilder, for example, will have really big muscles all over the neck. So you can see here, if you look at her neck, you see these muscles on the side here. However, there is also the matter of something called an Adam's apple. Obviously, Adam refers to the first man. And this is actually thyroid cartilage is what it consists of. So it is not a muscle. Now, it is possible, obviously, to shave it down. And obviously, I guess with modern surgery, Notice how this female bodybuilder either doesn't have that Adam's apple or it was completely shaved down. Either way, this isn't something that you can just write off as trachea muscles, or you see the muscles underneath. There are also trachea muscles with Joyce B. Are you talking about the female bodybuilder? Because she does not appear to have an Adam's apple. Because once again, that's cartilage, not muscle. And then there are also the trachea can be defined horizontally as well. I mean, here's just the first image of a triathlete I found. Not the most flattering image, but you can see her neck here. She's got a pretty defined trachea, but apparently no cartilage popping out like an Adam's apple. But obviously this triathlete is extremely low percent body fat, so you would see all the muscles in the neck, the trachea, etc. But it appears she does not have any Adam's apple popping out. So now when we're watching this video of Jada, I mean, what... I mean, are people going to claim that that's some kind of shadow on the video? I'm not sure. Again, I do not claim anything is true or untrue.
Like the type. He married me just for that sole purpose or anything like that. He married me because he loved me.
Okay.
You know, definitely from looking at him wasn't necessarily like the type of cat that I would even like.
So it was so it may have been shaved down to not be as prominent as on an actual male. But again, I do not claim anything is true or untrue. DMX does not appear happy about any of this on this screen. Kill the bank, catch you next time.
Deal with, you know.
So far Tupac is not having sex with any of these women, yet they tell us he had every porn star lined up to have sex with him during his video shoot. So far Tupac does not fit that description, and if it's true, it only makes him bisexual. Tupac supposedly dated Madonna.
Wow, and that's another huge rabbit hole there.
Who was the biggest icon for the LGBTQ.
Also notice Madonna, at least in that image there does not appear to be any Adam's apple proliferation.
Madonna. She was also one of the first major superstars to show support for the gay community. Tupac allegedly being with Madonna sounds like an inside Hollywood joke.
I'm very intrigued by bisexuality and homosexuality.
But the idea of two men having sex is still such an abhorrent idea to so many people. I think that two men having sex is erotic.
Most of Tupac's style was pulled directly from females. The nose ring is feminine. How he wore his bandana was pulled from a female, perhaps Rosie the Riveter.
Yeah, that's an interesting image there, too, of the masculine woman. It's also kind of hard to see Tupac's Adam's apple as well, even though obviously he's pretty slim. I mean, there's something there, but it's hard to tell. Very difficult. If it's there, it's not very pronounced at all.
Or Aunt Jemima. Physiognomists, who believed that physical appearance and mannerisms were evidence of one's character, failures of manhood, such as homosexuality. Take a look at the picture.
What the heck? Amaru is also the double-headed serpent. Of South American civilizations, Inca, Andean, either the feathered serpent, the plumed serpent. Some people think the land of America is the land of the serpent.
Tupac's posture doesn't look very masculine, yet when he's around other men he appears to be more masculine. This switch is one to take note of. The industry pointing at Tupac's sexuality once again. Chino XL calling him bisexual.
All you hear is ambulance sirens and pot. Bisexual ass crying on Opal like he Dennis Rodman.
Hot bisexual ass crying on Opal like he Dennis Rodman.
Whack 100 commented saying, Tupac, rapist, half gay. Trey Songz sent out a tweet associating Tupac with homosexuality, saying, if I'm gay, then Tupac is bringing me an ounce for this session with Biggie. The movie Friday After Next, they associated Tupac with a gay character, as if there were no other relevant rappers in 2002. They staged Jussie Smollett's attack story in the media for promotion. Jussie said at a concert, emphatically, I'm the gay Tupac. The kid from Africa that looks like Tupac, they made him go viral, doing photo shoots dressed as Tupac, he's also gay. The production of Tupac toy appears to be gay. So it seems as if they're associating Tupac with a lot of gay things, which to me indicates Hollywood telling us something that we're not paying attention to. In the book Got Your Back, written by Tupac's bodyguard Frank Alexander, he states, I may as well spell it out, Tupac had a horse cock. He noticed because of the infamous Death Row party, where Suge Knight flew in 40 females. This is not something a heterosexual man would write. In my mind, it's all psychology, the science of mind and behavior. They're making straight fans fantasize over Tupac unknowingly, hence why many fans seek to find females that supposedly had sex with Tupac, which is why most male fans make it a point to prove Tupac had sex with Faith Evans. Most females aren't seeking these things out, it's men focused on the idea of Tupac sleeping with 40 women, or having what Frank Alexander calls a horse. Gays shaped Hollywood and made the straight fantasize about another man. Hence, the movie Friday After Next, Tupac appealed to thugs, and they propped Tupac up with feminine traits and characteristics. Now they're showing the thug fantasizing about another thug.
Sphinx Bear, we're about to get into how early the whistle was blown and by whom.
This is what happened to the public unknowingly. Here's a clip of Tupac talking about unification. What he says is very interesting to say the least.
We manifest the best of the West Side and the best of the East Side, and we bring that together. You know what I mean? When East Coast G's have sex with West Coast G's.
What? Was that a Freudian slip? What? I never saw that interview before. Is that a little too on the nose? What? What? Was he just talking too fast? What? What? I mean, no, he's not talking about women when he's talking about G's. G's for gangsta, as in male gangsta.
Fantasizing about another thug. This is what happened to the public unknowingly. Here's a clip of Tupac talking about unification. What he says is very interesting to say the least.
We manifest the best of the West Side and the best of the East Side, and we bring that together. You know what I mean? When East Coast G's have sex with West Coast G's, these G's being women.
Did you hear what he? Then he's like, did everybody hear that? Then he tries to scramble and say these G's being women. I mean, what's the context there? He's talking about bringing West Side and East Side together. You know, East Side versus West Side is a well-known conflict, manufactured or not. And then he tries to cover it up. These G's being... Whoever referred to a G as a woman? I mean, they have other slang terms for that. Shorties being the more sanitized one.
He says East Coast G's have sex with West Coast G's. He stutters and corrects himself by saying these G's being women. Most will say he's saying having sets. SETS. But if that's true, he wouldn't have to correct himself to say women.
East Coast G's have sex with West Coast G's. These G's being women.
Yeah, that was a Freudian slip with a very pathetic attempt. Especially, who has ever referred to East Coast or West Side G's being women? G is a slang for gangsta, man, guy, brother, whatever. You know, they have there's a whole different set of words for females in rap culture. Most of them which I can't say. But yeah, shorties or honeys or whatever are usually the more sanitized versions. What the heck is this?
In conclusion, Tupac called out everyone for being gay, but could it have been him trying to deny his own homosexual urges? Could it have been the elite's way of subconsciously implanting feminine traits into the urban community, style, looks, thoughts, etc.? From Versace calling Tupac the most beautiful man, to Tupac allegedly saying Quincy Jones asked to have sex with him, to Tupac's hearing being on the wrong side, which indicated that a man was gay in the 90s. In the end, it all remains somewhat speculative.
They'll be, oh, these people. They'll be, oh, these people.
Is anybody still not convinced? Now, I knew I'd be getting some blowback from saying that DMX was the real one and Tupac wasn't. But now that we're checking the receipts, now that we're looking at the receipts, hopefully people will understand why I'm saying that Tupac might have been the manufactured shill and DMX was not.
You know,
well, never mind. He's gay. Oval to Harmon would be roughly about a 5-minute drive, so how did he avoid hitting every other car? How did he get through 3 to 5 stoplights with no body damage to the car? Also, if they drove over the median, why isn't the front of the car scratched and is in fact pristine condition? Why is the car perfectly positioned in the middle of the street? It looks as if the car was planted there. Pay attention to the skid marks on the road. If a tire loses control, the marks on the road will be black and zigzag from the tires going in different directions. This mark is perfectly curved, looks like someone drove it in and planted the car there. Those marks don't indicate a struggle at all. And the tire and skid mark is white in color, which doesn't indicate hard stopping. This is the real crime scene photo taken the next day. No skid marks on the road from the tires losing control.
You know, these aren't jokes, these are thoughts, these are things that make you say...
Heracles, I haven't played any DMX stuff yet. We'll be getting to it shortly.
You were barely moving. You had foot traffic, you had the cars. So I was making my way through the traffic, came to a light, and cars, were stopping, and I looked over, and it was a BMW, and it had some nice wheels on it. Looked over, I saw Pac and Suge, and the windows were down, so I just hollered at Pac. I said, "What's up, Pac?" He said, "Oh, what's up, man?" I said, "Where you guys headed to?" He said, "Oh, we about to go to the club. You can follow behind us. Come on in. Come with us, brother. Come with us." And I said, "All right, cool." I said, "All right, let me get a picture real quick." So I had grabbed my camera, snapped a picture. And then the light changed green, and then I finally got over.
If this photo was taken at a red light, why is it that there's no street light reflecting on the windshield? We can see examples of reflecting lights from other photos.
Well, maybe 5 or 6 cars behind him. Then we came to another light, and that's when we stopped there. And then as we were stopped there,
his eyes fluttering back and forth, having trouble remembering, he raises his eyebrows when he finally remembers the story. This is a clear sign of deception.
And then, as we were stopped there,
there was we were in like the second lane from the curb, and cars were rolling by on both sides, and then next thing you know, it's like you just heard. Bam, 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 bam.
Leonard Jefferson said the streets were packed, bumper-to-bumper traffic, so how was the lane to the right of the BMW completely free the entire time to let the white Cadillac in? The streets were packed, but the right lane was open. The news reporters were right. It sounds like a movie because it's scripted just like one.
Suge kind of like went up on the curb. He caught a flat after he came off the curb.
If Suge was boxed in the middle lane, then how did he immediately go over the median? Look at the small median.
Industry hoax is actually hilarious in actually breaking down the official narrative here, which clearly has quite a few issues.
Are we supposed to believe that this destroyed the BMW tire and rims at under 15 miles per hour?
Tupac and Suge Knight left Knight's home around 10:30 to go to Club 662. By 11:15 that evening, they were heading east on Flamingo, just coming to this intersection here at Koval. They were driving a black BMW 1996 model. Knight was driving, Tupac was in the passenger seat. Along the passenger side, right over here, came a late model white Cadillac, but he promptly floored the car, spinning it completely around and took a U-turn so that it instantly headed west on Flamingo. And the fact that the traffic on the strip after a heavyweight fight in Vegas is something to behold.
And the fact that the traffic on the strip after a heavyweight fight in Vegas is something to behold.
These aren't jokes, these are thoughts, these are things that make you say.
And he made the left turn onto to that street. Next thing we know, there's cops, like on bicycles.
Once again, we can easily see if someone is being deceptive by body language. Hard swallowing. Similarly, the lack of moisture in our throats when we're lying can cause hard swallows, often referred to as the Adam's apple jump. Gulp.
Next thing we know, there's cops, like on bicycles. Cops, like on bicycles, and then we see the cars rolling up, and then they just pulled out their guns.
Suge Knight makes a U-turn, the cameraman follows, and they amazingly travel back on the 5 minutes drive through packed traffic, stopping or running all red lights, all on bent rims. Lights, camera, action. Let's look at Leonard Jefferson's work. His IMDb states he's in the transportation department and worked on major TV shows and films as a supplier. Picture cars. Now that I'm looking back at the scene, the car looks planted there. Leonard Jefferson works with picture cars. Maybe the BMW was just a picture car, which is a staged vehicle that appears on film. Leonard Jefferson, a picture car coordinator who arranges pictures and cinematography for the vehicle and supplies stunts and special effects for the vehicle to make
We're not going to go
it
through
appear
all
realistic.
of this, but he just goes through all the issues here with the official narrative.
Who owns the system? The elite own the system.
You know, these aren't jokes, these are thoughts, these are things that make you say, pot. I'm like, man, set off, nigga, you to the doctor.
Chug said Pac was talking to him the entire time, but how can you talk if you're shot in the lung? He will struggle to breathe, never mind talk. Chances are, he would have been spewing blood out of his mouth.
These are things that make you say.
But they also said they pulled Tupac out of the car, laid him on the ground. The problem is if his lung was penetrated, he'd be coughing up blood. Laying him down on his back, he could possibly choke on his blood.
These are things that make you say.
Shakur shot in the chest in Las Vegas on Saturday night. We'll keep you
quiet. So that was kind of like a memorial time in the tunnel, because I seen him with the jewelry on.
Also November 30th, the same gold chain month by month. We found Tupac wearing his gold chain for the entire year of '94. March, April, July, August, September, and October. Also November 30th, the same day as the robbery, he wore his chain. December 1st, after the robbery, Tupac in a wheelchair shows us just how much he was robbed.
Things that make you say.
Tupac played his role. He set the stage for what the hip-hop industry was to become today. His character was not going to be sufficient for these times. The elite play a game of chess well beyond many comprehension. They know when to provide heroes and villains to control the masses. They have been doing it for a long time and damn good at it.
I wanna die, you can watch it, and that's what you're gonna do. Die, you can, and that's what you're gonna do.
Interesting. Very, very interesting interview.
I wanna die, you can watch it, and that's what you're gonna do.
Keep on moving, won't stop, no. Keep on moving. I'm headings when I touch.
Okay, so now that we've gone over why Tupac Shakur could have been a plant, and now we'll get into DMX. How real is DMX? Let's go through some of these interviews. Was he the very first real whistleblower?
The boy shot when he wild and walk. Shot when he wild. Shot.
World Star Hip Hop. Very interesting website. No, I don't recommend you visit it.
Issues with the industry. What's going down with the industry, dog?
The industry is full of a bunch of dick-sucking, dick-riding, bending over the desk-ass niggas, straight up like that. Whoever don't like it, bring it, nigga. Bring it. I don't give a fuck.
Okay. Anybody... I mean, wow. So this is somewhere around the early 2000s. Somewhere around the 2000s. I mean, that was quite raw. Was that not quite raw enough for you? I mean, this is as mainstream of a rapper.
Is full of a bunch of dick-sucking, dick-riding, bending over the desk-ass niggas, straight up like that. Whoever don't like it, bring it, nigga. Bring it. I don't give a... Bring it. Bring it. bitch. Well, the industry is full of homo hating ass niggas. You know what I mean? It's like they got this new breed of rapper that's paying DJs to play this shit. Right. And, you know what I'm saying? They sucking the record label executive. It's like there's too much of that going on.
How come nobody listened to DMX? Now, perhaps all the MindShock listeners are starting to understand when I say that DMX might have been the realist. I mean, he was saying this openly for decades. For decades. And this was literally the #1 rapper for how many years? For how many years? Nobody listened? Why did nobody listen? And then they basically tanked his career.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Let me be me. Let me be the artist that I am and just play my motherfucking music. You know what I mean? Exactly. Now they want you all up under this, you know, sitting at the going to dinner with them and shit like that. And
Alien Big Cat 23 asking guilt by association. What do you mean by that? Do you think he participated? Because I'm going to be bringing several receipts to the contrary. To the contrary. I mean, so Mr. 1-to-1, how does he know? Was he there? I mean, he might have been propositioned like Kent Williams. Now, what do you think a guy like DMX is going to do when he's propositioned? And we'll be getting into those receipts.
You know, all that favor for a favor shit. I don't get down like that. Look, I give you the music, you give me my money. That's it. A lot of the love I had for wanting to be a part of the industry is not there anymore. I don't even associate myself with the industry. You know what I'm saying? I'm not an industry artist. I'm an artist in the industry. You know?
And you've always stood alone, and you know, bloodline.
I don't hang with niggas. You're not gonna see me at every party, every industry party, all the clubs. I go somewhere quiet, man, shoot pool with me and my mans and them. You know what I'm saying?
And there's actually a bunch of receipts for that. Apparently, he really did go to quiet bars and shoot pool. He was not at these big parties with P. Diddy. And we'll be getting into their association as well.
That's the type of shit I do. You know what I'm saying? Fuck my remote control cars, jump on the four-wheelers, you know what I mean? I ain't with all that in the club shit, throwing it up and all that bullshit. I ain't got time for that shit, man. I mean, because then you find yourself doing the same shit every fucking day. What are you, a fucking alcoholic?
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. If DMX really did participate, why would he blow the whistle on himself? Because if he did participate, he would have been rewarded. So why would he be speaking against it? Again, I wasn't there, thankfully. I don't know any of these details firsthand, thankfully. But what he's talking about here, I mean, it seems weird that if he did participate, he wouldn't be talking about it here. He would be at the top of the mountain, you know, with billions of dollars if he had played the game. That's why I'm not quick to say that he did sell his soul. I'm not sure he did.
You know what I mean? Come on, man. Give it a fucking break, man. Live a little, you know what I mean? I play with my kids, man. I play with my toys, I play with my dogs, man. You know what I'm saying? We go somewhere, shoot pool. We do what the fuck we do. You know what I mean? That's why you see us in places that you don't normally see. You're like, damn, why you here? Well, I'm here because why are you here, motherfucker? You here playing video games. Right then. What the fuck? You know what I mean? These motherfuckers had the nerve to tell me one time, I said, yo, why I can't have two videos playing at the same time? Oh, because we don't want your videos to compete with each other. But then I turn on the motherfucking TV, I ain't gonna say no artist names, but they got 3 videos back to back. Exactly. I'm like, you feeding me fucking bullshit, and you sucking these niggas' dicks all crazy, man. Fuck is wrong with you? Yo, I had to punch one nigga in his face up there, man. After that, I was like, I'm not going to the office no more.
See, that's what I mean, just look at his demeanor, though. Like, this is a guy who's he's not a poser. He's actually from the streets. Like, you can't be propositioning a guy like this. I mean, can you, like, it's... We'll get into the P. Diddy situation, but I do not pick up any lies. No lies detected here. Nothing deceptive in his language here. I don't see any signs of deception from DMX on any of this. Again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue. Maybe he's the greatest liar of all time. But he just seems Like he's 100% real.
How it went down.
Yeah. Cause I don't, I'm a grown-ass motherfucking man, and I ain't got time to be playing no kid games, man. So once I see I'm not dealing with a man, and he disrespects me, I'm gonna break his fucking jaw.
Exactly, you keep it mad straight up in there,
Straight up. Now we get down, nigga. Fuck, man. Niggas know, they don't fuck with me. Niggas talk all that shit they want to. I'm good. Nigga ain't even got within 2 feet with a knife, nigga. You can't be serious. Nigga didn't even try to. Fuck out of here, man. Niggas know y'all fucking with. It's bigger than rap, bitch. Bigger than rap, nigga. And you know who the fuck I'm talking to, nigga. You only alive because of me, motherfucker. You only alive because of me, you fucking faggot.
You know what's also kind of crazy? In the rap world, for decades, some of these disparaging terms, they were always about homosexuality. It seems like that there was some kind of truth behind that, and it looks like DMX was blowing the whistle on this for decades. For many decades.
Yeah, remember Chicago. That's all I'm gonna say, Lo. Remember Chicago, nigga. You only alive because of me, you fucking bitch. Fuck out of here.
Who are you talking about, dog?
He know what I'm talking about.
Let's
go.
go.
What I'm talking about. He knows who the fuck I'm talking about. Chicago. Same flight. You know who the fuck I'm talking about, nigga. You only alive because of me. You seen them 10 trucks parked in front of the motherfucking airport? That wasn't for you. That was for me. You'd have got found in the back of one of them motherfuckers, bitch. I'll let you live. By the grace of God. You know what I mean?
I mean, let's not front. You rolled crew deep. I mean, that's. I mean, but like your crew is deep. I mean.
This British interviewer is just hilarious. Watching him talk to DMX, trying to match language. It's just hilarious.
I've seen you come through, man.
We got wars all over the place, but we ain't even got to be deep, man, because we walk a certain way, you know what I'm saying? Real niggas recognize real niggas, man. And the real nigga is not going to go through the trouble of trying a real nigga, because he know a real nigga going to get down just like he get down, and he don't want that headache. He rather push up on a soft-ass nigga. Yo, son, what's up, man? Your man, hold something. I mean, start tapping niggas' pocket like that. You spot a bitch nigga from a mile away and carry him just like that, you know what I mean? Real niggas recognize real niggas, man. And we give each other that 3 feet. You know, unless you just want to go hard, and then fuck it, we all go hard. Ain't nothing to it, you know what I mean? Come on, man, you can't be serious, man. Knuckles black as a motherfucker, man, you know what I mean? I will knock a nigga the fuck out. Straight like that. But I'm a peaceful man. I don't want to fight. I don't even like to fight.
I'm getting Steven Seagal vibes here. I mean, he can handle his business, but he'd rather stay peaceful. This is a very interesting interview.
But I will fuck you up. But my music is still my fucking music. And you play on my music, you play on my life. You play on my life, nigga, you're gonna disappear.
I'm talking to you, girlfriend. I'm talking to these niggas right here. We got a problem? Oh, I don't even worry about it, they ain't mean none of that. That's how you do a bitch ass nigga. They ain't mean none of that. You answer me a question to his fucking face. And when he don't answer you, you say he ain't mean none of that. That's how you stop these niggas from getting killed. Oh shit. You know this shit don't matter, man. We got love tonight. Yeah, keep moving. We just walked up. What's up, Lord? What's up, baby? Yeah. See, rap niggas can't do this, man. You know what I mean? Walk to the hood. You know what I mean, man? Fuck my
my motherfucking self. And I'm good. I ain't spouting all that, baby. You know what I mean? Shit don't mean nothing, man. The niggas can't do this. Niggas can't walk down the block by their motherfucking self. Niggas, they pussy. You know? Niggas is pulling over when the police harass them, you know what I mean? Fuck that, we out here. What's up, baby? You don't give a fuck about none of this shit, man. They ain't gonna catch me. What up?
That is kind of crazy to see this multi-millionaire rapper just out and about by himself with no crew, no security. I mean, did he really have the armor of God?
Huh? Alright, I'm gonna give you a shout out. What's your name? Huh? Larry? Alright, I got you, Larry. Figure that one out. Or let's get the fucking skipping. One of the two, man. It ain't that fucking serious. He got the fucking record. Let him play it. What up? What's up, dog? These niggas in there giving us problems, man.
What we gotta do, man?
I'm ready to just bum rush the shit like for real, for real.
Who's giving you a hard time?
They got 3 names.
Giving niggas huh?
Yeah. Go about me, Ali, Randy, you and D. And that's it. Nah, I'm going up there, knock my shit out. I'm getting the fuck out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? One of the two. They not letting nobody. They not letting the rest of the people up. I'm not doing it. But truck had a flat tire sitting on the fucking on the bridge for fucking 3 hours, yo. 3 hours. And then to come here and get this shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Hot 97 says that. But you stand in the lobby. Let's know how we do, man. Come on, there's nothing changed.
This is what it is.
All right,
this
all right.
real
You know what? Be
situation.
careful with your fucking ass focus. You gonna fucking get it. Come on, that's what I'm doing. Niggas losing their fucking time.
Yeah, it's how nice and DMX is saying. First, I'm gonna say, you know, I'm glad to see situation. Not that the situation you were in was right. I'm just saying that.
No, let's frank about it. The situation I was in was terrible.
But it's definitely great.
The situation I was in was not good.
It's great to see an artist of your caliber and of your size to be someplace, man. Like
where I'm appreciated.
You know, yeah, definitely, man.
Where I'm understood. Where I'm respected.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
and I enjoy hearing you.
Where there's not the jealousy factor.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it ain't my fault I sold more records than you. Come on, son.
His brain definitely works like at 100 miles an hour. I mean, he's definitely a really smart guy. I mean, obviously, you know, the drug issues didn't help, but yeah, it's hard to deny that he was a very smart, driven guy.
It's all about, yo, motherfuckers was paying to get this shit played. The record label who was in bed with the radio station, who was in bed with the fucking MTV and BET. It was like, all y'all motherfuckers is fucking each other.
I mean, who's blowing the whistle more than DMX? I mean, again, like I've used the phrase keeping it real. That's kind of become a meme in and of itself. But I mean, DMX was the guy. He kept it real 24/7. And we're going to examine, you know, the on-the-nose clues that he left in his music as well. I just wanted to lay the groundwork to lay the groundwork on, you know, what he said in his interviews. We'll go through the interviews first, then we'll go through the music.
I don't get down like that, Lo. You know what I'm saying? That jam didn't know what to do with me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know.
Let's listen to that part again.
Like
where I'm appreciated?
You know, yeah, definitely, man.
Where I'm understood? Where I'm respected?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
and I enjoy hearing you.
Where there's not the jealousy factor?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it ain't my fault I sold more records than you. Come on, son. Yeah. It was all about, yo, motherfuckers was paying to get this shit played. The record label who was in bed with the radio station, who was in bed with the fucking MTV and BET. It was like, all y'all motherfuckers is fucking each other. I don't get down like that, Lo. You know what I'm saying?
So he's not down like that. I mean, can it be any clearer? So apparently, almost the entire industry is down like that, but DMX is not.
I didn't know what to do with me, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, I mean, Caps was playing games, so I went raw, run up in that fucking building and kick down the door. You know what I'm saying?
I remember when you had a problem with K-Solo.
Oh, come on, baby. Yo, hold up. Yo, I heard, right, because you know, I was in jail for a minute, you know what I'm saying? Then I went right to Arizona. So I heard that Money was on the radio or wherever he was at, BET, something, you know, talking like, you know, and he failed the lie detector test.
Oh, man.
About did he create Spellbound? Let me hit you with a little. This is see, I wrote Spellbound as a rhyme. But that's like, yo, this could be a style. Peep it. I fight, son. I get my scrap on. It's nothing. It's nothing. Yo, can you see me? No, I'm the DIVINE-DOPEMC.
Can you see me? No. He even invented John Cena's catchphrases. I mean, everybody ripped this guy off.
R-U-G-G-E-D or the M-I-C-R-O-P-H-O-N-E and I'm G-O-I-N-G-P-L-A-C-E-S Y-B-E-C-A-U-S-E I'm the best, I'm the Dmx or F-L-E-X on whoever is N-E-X-T-2-E-M-C-E-E-A-G-A-I-N-S-T me, F-L-I-P like an A-C-R-O-B-A-T with the critical R-H-Y-M-E leave competition D-E-A-D I have them wishing they W-E-R-E I have the original S-T-Y-L-E S-P-L-L-B-O-U-N-D another MC tried to be I-T-E, but he was the C-A-U-G-H-T. No one would T-R-Y, cause no one would like to die. Or F-E-E-L to W-A-R-T-H. I'm rugged on the mic, and I'm R-O-U-C-H, or R-E-A-C-H, and T-E-E-C-H, P-R-E-A-C-H, with E-A-C-H, L-Y-R-I-C-I-U-S-E, and my status, D-O-P-E. Top that.
You gotta give him none of that.
Can't be serious.
You know what it is.
You're all in the building. The dogs in the building.
This is how we need New York City. Kevin Madison, if you listening right now, nigga, I'll duff you out straight up.
Hey, Real Offended in the chat. Yeah, I mean, we are I don't know if you just got here, but we just went through the Tupac expose. But, yeah, Tupac might have been the manufactured shill, and then we have DMX, who might be the realest of them all. He does not appear to be the shill. DMX appears to have been blowing the whistle on the cabal for decades. The entire time.
I duff you out, son. It's one-on-one, no ring, in the garage. I will duff you out,
You know how old school it is to say to duff somebody? You know what it is.
It's nothing. It's nothing. Yeah, I was locked up with his coward ass. You know what I'm saying? The nigga he was in PC. And the only reason I met him, because I was in the box. And you know when you in the box, you go to yard with the PC niggas, because they got two different yards. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm on 20-yard locking, and you on 20-yard locking for a whole other reason. So we went to yard together.
You know what's crazy to think about? Because look how smart DMX is on drugs. I mean, with all of the physical abuse as a child, the car accidents, I mean, and he's still this smart. He's still talking and thinking this fast after all DMX went through his entire life. The physical and emotional abuse as a child. All of the drug abuse, and he's still this smart? I mean, we need, are people not thinking about this? Like, this guy might literally be the best rapper ever, and he's doing it with a small percentage of his ability.
And I bound him. But you know what I'm saying? Yo, money, whatever. You say you box, I will duff you out, son. Duff you out, nigga, on my mama. Word that. And I ain't say word up. I said word that. What's up, Lo? Ain't shit. What's up, Big Rich? Niggas don't know. We body niggas around here, son. We body niggas around here, son. We body niggas around here, son.
It looks like DMX also coined the phrase body. I know video gamers kind of took that over in recent years, but apparently DMX also pioneered that as well.
Ain't nothing about no rap shit right here, son. You know what I'm saying? I pull my sleeves up and get to work. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. Real talk, man. It's nothing. I fuck niggas. What's up, nigga? Hey, what's up, my nigga? How you been, man? What's up, dog? You mean? But you know what? Ever since I caught assault charges like that in jail. You throw hot piss on the COs, it's assault. What part of the name is that? Sour milk with the piss? It's assault. Call the cops you want, nigga. I gotta have the police on payroll. Well, I wish I did. How you, man?
All right, chillin', man. And Brad got the music, man.
And I appreciate
No, but even in his final months of life, he was still really smart, though. I mean, even when he was sober, he was smart. When he wasn't sober, he was smart. I mean, it's really incredible.
Shake my hand because I respect that about him. Single drop in this President of Sony Records. I am the fucking Steech. I am the motherfucking Steech. Cops ain't nothing but people too. I don't. What? Okay, that's how we do it. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm gonna do about $150 up out of here in a motherfucking Suburban 2500 with 20 red rims on it. I whip my dick out and take a piss like this, but I don't got a piss. That's how I do my female artists. Fucking joke. I'm good. We gotta get in the studio, man. And bang this joint out.
Like the windows that are open.
It's scary. It's scary. It's just too much stuff. It's too much stuff.
Google your name.
I'm my grandmother.
You know how to do it. I know you can do this. It's already in there. You just start typing in DMX.
Right. Thanks. And all right. So what do I do?
Now you hit enter.
All right. Okay.
That's
so
it.
what's the thing though? You're supposed to move around the thing. What's this?
No, this is a laptop, so you have a trackpad. So you just touch it right here.
Oh. Why does it do a line like that? So now I do hand and.
This is a great example of a guy who's a literal genius, who doesn't apparently isn't tech savvy, but this guy's clearly a genius. And you have all these tech savvy people who are functionally mentally disabled, but they can operate a computer. I mean, I didn't know this clip was in this compilation, but it's actually very telling of the times.
Arrow, like it's two different things.
Just scroll down.
Yeah, but
so
look,
that's your
it's an
Wikipedia
arrow.
page.
And
That's the arrow.
And then it's a hand.
It
then
just
it's a line.
changes. It's
Why?
the same.
Why?
I don't know.
See, it's confusing. If it don't make sense, like I can't. And I see the music, and in the middle of it, it'll stop and do the circle. I mean,
when it's like freezing.
Yeah, like I don't have patience for like that. I break it. Computer words are funny, like Google. Abbreviations. Yeah, but they're like funny words, like just get a regular word. What the f is a Google?
There's actually an occult reference to Google, right? I actually forgot. I forgot what it was. I kind of want to look it up now. Does anybody in the chat know? There's 10th to the 100th power, or an unfathomable number, Google, G-O-O-G-O-L, coined in the 30s. But there was actually an ancient word. Oh wow, you guys ready for another mind shock? So this is right on Stanford.edu. In 1996, which is 2 upside down 6s and a regular 6, Larry Page and Sergey Brin called their initial search engine Backrub. That's interesting. Okay, I think I've had enough of the etymology for a second here.
Who cares that Google? Like that don't even make sense. That's like something you call somebody like a. What I'm gonna speak on is the thing that's on my mind the most. You know what I'm saying? The thing that we all gotta deal with every day, but don't really know. The industry. The industry. Man, it's not the same. Doesn't have to do with talent. It's about playing the game. The industry. Real niggas is dying to get in. The industry, just to find they don't fit in.
Something else is here asking, can you imagine X working in an office? Well, that's the thing too. DMX doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that follows orders. If P. Diddy propositioned him, for fame and fortune, DMX doesn't strike me as the type of guy to simply go along with authority. That's why I don't think he was part of the club. I definitely think they tried to get him in the club, but it just didn't. It doesn't seem like it will work on DMX. It just does not seem like it would work. I mean, he might be one of the only mainstream guys that broke through the mainstream that wasn't part of the club. I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of people think he was part of the club, but I mean, how can you control a guy like this? This guy is not controllable.
The industry ain't what it used to be. The industry's trying to control the way you MC. They want you to dress like this and talk like that. But I'm going dress like this and talk with the bat. The industry got your word meaning nothing. The industry, fuck what you heard because he's bluffing. The industry, money, bitches, hate, but I dare you to try to take a fucking thing off my plate. The industry like, wait! But in the streets, we like, get 'em. 17 up in that thing. Catch them sleeping and hit them. The industry, if you ain't got a strong mind, the industry will break you down. It's a matter of time. The industry, vultures with nothing to feast on. See me? I'm getting my beast on. The industry, stay in the dirt, play in the dirt. Test the wrong one in the industry and you will get hurt. I'm not an industry artist. I'm an artist in the industry. So I do what the fuck I want because nobody can finish me. The industry, wanted, dead or alive, new artists to sell their souls in the way they survive.
The industry wants souls. I mean, this is crazy stuff. I mean, he blew the whistle early and he blew it hard. And I think nobody listened. It seems like only now, post Cat Williams with P. Diddy, are people finally starting to listen. But going back through all of these old videos, it looks like DMX really was the biggest one blowing the whistle.
The industry don't give a fuck about you, but the industry couldn't make a dime without you.
Something else is here saying, I think X would have knocked Diddy smooth out. He actually said he did. He didn't mention P. Diddy's name, but we're going to connect some dots here in a second.
Industry. I'm sick of this industry shit. The industry playing them like a industry bitch. They tried to finish me quick, but I am long, so I stand strong. Fuck a beat. Listen to the words in the damn song. I only know how to speak the truth, you know what I'm saying? So I got a little short joint I'm gonna hit you with, you know what I'm saying? And it basically reflects on my relationship with the industry. This is what it is. Often my words fall on deaf ears. Motherfuckers be listening but don't hear.
I mean, this is just profound. I mean, if you actually take the time, to process what he's saying, not just on a surface level, because a lot of people just listen to music for fun. They don't actually listen to it for the true message underneath. Like, you have to actually take the time to dissect the message here. Everything he's saying is absolutely profound. Catch you next time, Justin Johnson. Appreciate all the support.
Talking to a nigga, he be sitting right here. I be like, where you going? Nigga be like, yeah. Thank you.
So, yeah, not only not wasting one line, but every line is layered. I mean, this isn't filler. These aren't filler lyrics like pretty much everybody else. So let's actually take a closer look at this, at the industry here with the lyrics on the screen. Because I don't think enough people actually take the time. Top Lyrics actually had all the lyrics here. So let's break down these lyrics and just how absolutely profound they are.
Yeah! That's what's up. I appreciate it. What I'm gonna speak on is the thing that's on my mind the most. You know what I'm saying? The thing that we all got to deal with every day, but don't really know. The industry.
Also, I do want to mention one more thing. The way he carries himself, on, like the body language, compare his body language to Justin Bieber, Usher, Diddy, all of these people that were abused. He does not have that same body. He does not have shame in his eyes. Even though, obviously, I mean, he did say he was ashamed of the criminal acts and some of the drug use. He doesn't have, like, look at the confidence and power in his presence. Not just his voice. I mean, obviously his voice. But the power in his presence and body language. This does not appear to be a guy who sold his soul to the devil, although he did admit that there was a conversation about selling the soul, and we'll be getting to those interviews in a moment. But look at the way he carries himself. It's completely different than all these other industry shills, sellouts, and, I mean, just absolutely soulless individuals in the industry. He's completely different. I mean, just look at his body language here.
Industry, man, it's not the same. Doesn't have to do with talent. It's about playing the game. The industry, real niggas is dying to get in. The industry, just to find they don't fit in. The industry ain't what it used to be. The industry is trying to control the way you MC. They want you to dress like this and talk like that.
Look at the, did you guys catch what he did with the dress like this? Dress with the feminine uptake in the word this? Did everybody catch that? Did everybody catch that? I mean, it was kind of obvious, wasn't it?
But I'm going just like this and talk with the bat.
And look at the masculine, just the bass he dropped on the way he's choosing to be. I mean, the message is very clear here. The message is very, very clear.
The industry got your word meaning nothing.
Bunch of liars in the industry. Word meaning nothing.
The industry, fuck what you heard because he's bluffing. The industry, money, bitches, hate. But I dare you to try to take a fucking thing off my plate. The industry like, wait! But in the streets, we like, get 'em. 17 up in that thing. Get them sleeping and hit 'em.
I mean, seriously though, do people actually think that anybody is gonna get DMX to do anything that he doesn't want to do?
The industry, if you ain't got a strong mind, the industry will break you down. It's a matter of time.
And people criticize DMX's drug use. DMX probably has one of the strongest minds ever. Just look at what he went through. And that guy fought till the end. If he's dead, he fought till the very end. I mean, this guy was literally preaching on the street with power. With power, turning the industry on its head, praising God, exposing Satan. I mean, this is what this guy did. I mean, think, like, they did everything they could to mentally break him. Like, what more could they have done to mentally break him? They did it all, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't really break him. Because his message has been consistent since day one. And he was also openly admitted his struggles, not just with drugs, but with Satan himself. Yeah, 50 Cent is obviously compromised. There's countless testimony of 50 Cent being directly involved in all of these rituals, let's call them. I wouldn't put 50 Cent in the same category as DMX, though. DMX stands alone, in my opinion. I mean, just he might be obviously the realest rapper of them all, but also just, I think, as I said at the beginning of the podcast, I think DMX is the linchpin that could bring down the entire cabal.
The industry, vultures with nothing to feast on. See me? I'm getting my beast on. The industry, stay in the dirt.
DMX, I don't know, when did 50 Cent first expose P. Diddy? Because DMX did it a long time ago, too.
Play in the dirt. Test the wrong one in the industry and you will get hurt.
I have no doubt that DMX hurt quite a few fools that tried to proposition him.
I'm not an industry artist. I'm an artist in the industry. So I do what the fuck I want because nobody can finish me.
Oh, I got you real offended. Yeah, I think DMX might have been the one who blew the whistle on all these scum the earliest.
The industry, wanted, dead or alive, new artists to sell their souls in the way they survive.
Okay, that's heavy right there. That's heavy. Something else is here. I get the same notion that you just did there. They couldn't take or compromise his manhood or break his spirit. I think that's why he comes across so strong and intense. Yeah, I'm picking that up as well. He seems like he compromised for money to a certain extent, but never crossing the line on his manhood or, you know, these non-negotiables. I think they thought they could break him. That's why they let him in. Because they thought they could break him. They knew that he was drug dependent. And think about DMX's mental strength. Yeah, I'm talking about DMX here too. Think about the mental strength that DMX has just through his childhood. He also has all these drug issues, and they still can't break him. I mean, this is really incredible stuff here. I don't think anybody properly appreciates the scope of all of this. Like, a guy who was physically and emotionally abused as a child went through the system. Like, this is the satanic Illuminati cabals. He's their prime target. They want people like him because they easily break them. But he's the guy they couldn't break. He's the guy they couldn't break, possibly the only mainstream guy. DMX is possibly the only mainstream artist that they couldn't break. I mean, it's such a testament to his mental strength, and perhaps he really was chosen to be tested by God, as he himself testified, which we'll be getting into the spiritual aspect here. But for people who don't think the armor of God is real, look at what this guy went through, and they still couldn't break him. I mean, they couldn't break him no matter what they did. They took his license, they took his passport, they put him in prison for not, you know, they were doing everything they could to sabotage him. Once they realized they couldn't break him, so they let him in the door. They basically allowed him to go platinum, whatever. They thought that they would break him. And then when they couldn't, because he might be the only guy they couldn't break. And if he has the armor of God, yeah, it has. I mean, DMX is a testament to the armor of God. I mean, he turned the whole industry on its head. I mean, is any other mainstream rapper putting out these huge songs and music videos praising God and allowed to get away with it? So-called allowed. They can't stop him. And this kind of goes back to free will, because if this theory is true, that this Illuminati cabal cannot violate your free will, they can only appeal to your subconscious. They want you to compromise by your own will, through drugs, through propaganda, through all of this, through your subconscious. but they just didn't count on a guy like DMX.
The industry don't give a fuck about you, but the industry couldn't make a dime without you.
I mean, is any other mainstream artist of any kind going on stage and saying what DMX is saying? Yeah, unfortunately with Kanye West, it looks like they, like mentally, they might have did something to him mentally. Yeah, Cat Williams, some people believe that Cat Williams is compromised, but they're allowing him, he is telling the truth. We went over this on the P. Diddy podcast, that Cat Williams is is telling the truth. But some people believe that Cat Williams is compromised and he was given the green light to tell the truth. Yeah, there's also a whole bunch of cloning conspiracy theories with Kanye. Yeah, Lord Give Me a Sign is crazy. One of the most powerful songs ever. We'll actually be going through that.
The industry. I'm sick of this industry shit. The industry playing them like a industry bitch.
I mean, it's just, isn't it unfathomable? Can anybody imagine a mainstream platinum artist spitting this much truth as DMX? It's like he really was untouchable. Do you happen to know the year on that, Real Offended? Cat Williams' first special. Do you know the year of that?
She tried to finish me quick, but I am long, so I stand strong. Fuck a beat. Listen to the words in the damn song.
They tried to finish me quick.
Oh. I only know how to speak the truth. You know what I'm saying? So
I only know how to speak the truth. I mean, that's powerful because it really does seem he's been speaking the truth this whole time because he was open about his struggles. He was open. Okay, yeah, so DMX was before that. We're actually going to go back to the 90s with DMX, but I think part of this, like Cat Williams said, the first secret is if they have you compromised and you sell your soul, you deny that you sold your soul. Whereas DMX actually openly admitted to selling his soul, so to speak, or desiring to sell his soul. And then the struggle emerged from that.
I got a little short joint I'm gonna hit you with, you know what I'm saying? And it basically reflects on my relationship with the industry. This is what it is. Often, my words fall on deaf ears. Motherfuckers be listening, but don't hear. Talking to a nigga, he be sitting right here.
Oh, by the way, the industry here, it was released in 2005 by DMX here, but I believe, so it was performed here 2007. So this video, I believe, is 2007. The song was first released in 2005, but I think he actually wrote it earlier. And some of those interviews that I played before are from earlier as well. We're actually going to be going all the way back to the 90s where he actually blew the whistle in some of his songs as well.
I be like, where you going? Nigga be like, yeah. Thank you.
It's kind of crazy because I was around for the whole Tupac hoopla. And Tupac really was pretty talented if he was the one writing the music, but he was pretty talented, but the more we look at it, the more he appears to have been a manufactured shill, and DMX was not. Well, DMX actually did name names, so let's go through some more of these interviews here. And he's going to be dropping some bombshells. We're going to do the interviews first, and then we'll go back through the music. I mean, think also just his intelligence level. is so incredible. I mean, I don't understand how people don't give him credit for his intelligence level. I mean, they all focus, oh, he was doing a bunch of drugs. Isn't that even more impressive? That he was having this many issues, physical and mental, and he was still this intelligent? I mean, this is crazy. I mean, let's just go through some, so here, DMX is going to be talking about Biggie and P. Diddy. This was one of the first exposés. Just In has this on their channel.
And so I saw Biggie smile like hard nigga, Brooklyn nigga, dude. He shot you. I was like, yeah, nigga, get it. And nigga was like smiling about like oh yo. It made you realize like, oh, he's enjoying his life, man.
Do you have any memories of Biggie?
I only met him once.
Tell us about that.
Well, you know, Locks got signed before I did. Even though I bought the Locks to our riders, you know, they got signed. They were a safer group. You know, Puff signed them. And it was a blessing and a curse because they were happy about getting signed first, and they were on the Benjamins and shit was going.
So Puffy signed them first. It was a blessing and a curse. Even the way he talks is poetic. He's having a regular conversation, and he's still busting out the rhymes on the fly. On the fly. I mean, how impressive is this?
But then he made them jiggy and put them in suits and made them write lyrics for him and took all that publishing and raped them. Wow. Like, damn.
I don't think you guys are listening. Let's, I'm gonna replay this. Everybody listen very closely to what DMX is just saying about what Diddy did to Biggie.
And so I saw Biggie smile like hard nigga, Brooklyn nigga, dude. He shot you. I was like, yeah, nigga, get it. And nigga was like smiling about like oh yo. It made you realize like, oh, he's enjoying his life, man.
Do you have any memories of Biggie?
I only met him once.
Tell us about that.
Well, you know, Locks got signed before I did. Even though I bought the Locks to our riders, you know, they got signed. They were a safer group. You know, Puff signed them. And it was a blessing and a curse because they were happy about getting signed first, and they were on the Benjamins and shit was going. But then he made them jiggy and put them in suits and made them write lyrics for him and took all that publishing and raped them. Wow. Like, damn. I'm glad I didn't, you know, you keep that. I never saw Biggie smile until after he died.
Earl Simmons, the rapper better known as DMX.
I mean, that was crazy. Just the way he's having a regular conversation. I mean, this guy's genius is off the charts. I have to play this again. Can you imagine? He's having a regular conversation here. And I mean, this is just so impressive. I actually jacked the volume here like crazy. And let me see if I can get it even higher. I think I might be able to get it a little higher.
Like hard nigga, Brooklyn nigga, dude. He shot you. I was like, yeah, nigga, get it. And nigga was like smiling about like oh yo. It made you realize like, oh, he's enjoying his life, man.
Do you have any memories of Biggie?
I only met him once.
Tell us about that.
Well, you know, Locks got signed before I did. Even though I bought the Locks to our riders, you know, they got signed. They were a safer group. You know, Puff signed them.
Puff signed Locks.
And it was a blessing. They were happy about getting signed first, and they were on the Benjamin.
It was both a blessing and a curse. They got signed first. I mean, he's just having a regular conversation, and it's a better rap than like 99% of the stuff out there.
And shit was going, but then he made them jiggy and put them in suits and.
Biggie made him jiggy.
and made them write lyrics for him and took all that publishing and raped them. Wow. Like, damn. I'm glad I didn't, you know, you keep that. I never saw Biggie smile until.
They cut something major out of the interview here. That was a huge jump cut there.
after he died.
Earl Simmons, the rapper better known as DMX, died in April 2021 at White Plains Hospital in White Plains, New York, 1 week after suffering a heart attack, but not before exposing Diddy for the devil that he is and how badly he treated the legendary Biggie Smalls. DMX's two...
He basically said he met Biggie once and he was smiling. Then after Diddy, Biggie never smiled again.
Decade-plus career was beset by legal troubles, tabloid headlines, and struggles with drug addiction. But he was also one of the most successful hardcore rappers to ever cross over on a mainstream stage, an artist with a huge cultural impact and influence that extended well beyond his core audience and a powerful artistic style of passionate urgency. In one of his past interviews, X opened up about meeting Biggie, an encounter he remembered with a heavy heart thanks to the confession that the hypnotized hitmaker told him. Tear to find out. Then stick around, we are just getting started.
Because they were sure they were happy about getting signed first, and they were on the Benjamins, and shit was going. But then he made them jiggy and put them in suits and made them write lyrics for him and took all their publishing and raped them.
DMX's arrival in the mid-90s coincided with hip-hop's emergence as a commercialized global phenomenon. The harsh-voiced rapper provided a grimy counter-narrative to the glossy big-budget sheen of the era's most popular rap. He also revitalized the Def Jam label, inadvertently provided a blueprint for Jay-Z's own popular breakthrough, and developed a career as a charismatic film star in movies like Belly, Romeo Must Die, and Exit Wounds. Yet DMX is best remembered today for his gripping music, which matched his aggressive machismo with an emotional sincerity that resonated around the world.
As opposed to like Diddy, who looks like he's zoned out all the time. Nothing genuine about Diddy.
Aside from that, there is something else. The secret Biggie told him about how Puff Daddy, currently known as Diddy or Love, raped him while giving in an interview ahead of the release of his 2012 album Undisputed. The rapper reminisced back to his unsigned artist days and shared a story about nearly signing a record deal with Bad Boy, but being overlooked in favor of the Lox. You know, the Lox got signed before I did. They were a safer group, said DMX. Puff signed them, and you know.
So this is 12 years ago. This is 12 years ago.
It was a blessing and a curse because they were happy they got signed and they were on the Benjamins. But then Diddy made them jiggy and put them in suits and made them write lyrics for him and took their publishing and raped them. DMX went on to explain how Damian D. Rock Butler set up a meeting between himself and Diddy, but Diddy passed on signing him because he didn't feel that DMX was a marketable artist.
So did he not feel that DMX was a marketable artist? Or did he realize DMX was not gonna play his game? Can you imagine Diddy trying to get DMX to do something that DMX doesn't want to do? I mean, a whole army of cops can't get DMX to get them to do what he wants them to do. I mean, this guy's been in prison how many times? There's nobody that's going to get DMX to do something he doesn't want to do.
But as it turns out, after it became pretty obvious that Diddy had a thing for men, many critics now believe Diddy overlooked X because he didn't find him attractive enough to satisfy his sexual appetite. The thing I respect about Puff was that he told me to my face. He said, his voice is too rough, he's not marketable. You got to respect that.
He was picking up too much masculinity. Can you imagine trying to pimp DMX out to people? I mean, DMX said he punched somebody. I don't know if that was, I think he might have been talking about Diddy on advances, but we'll see. We'll match them all up.
In the same interview, DMX also shared his fond memories of Biggie and explained how Biggie helped him appreciate a smile. I never saw Biggie smile until after he died. It was in the Hypnotized video, said DMX. When I saw it, I was like, wow, he was really enjoying his life and it got taken away from him. It was then that I cherished a smile. It was during their meeting that Biggie reportedly opened up about suffering sexual abuse at the hands of Diddy. Diddy's mistreatment of arguably one of his best artists ever has been sounded by one too many people who were close to them at the time, meaning there is definitely some truth to it. Just recently, rapper and former Bad Boy artist Mace released a new song titled Oracle 2, Standing on Bodies, and it includes blatant shots aimed at his former CEO and collaborator Sean Diddy Combs and his unfair treatment of Biggie Smalls before and after his death.
Women like Shala.
Rapping atop a mid-tempo track powered by horns at 808, Mace proceeds to disparage Diddy's character, pointing to his alleged misdealings as a businessman and his perceived lack of support for artists formerly under the bad boy umbrella. I'm the ghost of Shine. I speak for every artist never spoke their mind, representing every artist that was left behind. From Craig Mack to G-Dep, I still remember them kids trampled. For every producer you ever stole their sample.
Man, kids trampled? That's dark and possibly could have many different meanings. For every artist that never spoke their mind. Well, DMX definitely spoke his mind, didn't he?
He raps, referencing the infamous 1991 City College incident in which 9 people were trampled at a celebrity basketball game promoted by Diddy. In the new track, Mace also reportedly accuses Diddy of exploiting the children of the late Notorious B.I.G. I'm not hating on your Billy Worth. Right now, I'm only saying what you really work. You ain't no architect, you just a who know how to market death. He raps, Biggie was at the top of the music industry when he was killed in a drive-by shooting in Los Angeles on March 9, 1997, with his death coming just weeks before his album Life After Death was slated to be released. The public beef between his former friend and label mate Mace dates back to at least 2020. It was then that Mace took to Instagram to accuse Diddy of shady and extremely unfair business practices. The accusations came after Diddy delivered a touching speech at Clive Davis pre-Grammy Gala in which he claimed to now be for the artist.
Gifts work. Gifts work. He took the watch. They didn't press charges. And we best friends to this day.
Mace then said Diddy tarnished his name, but he had to put a smile on his face and continue to perform to please the public. This, in context, relates to what DMX said about Diddy's treatment of Biggie. He would mistreat you behind closed doors and expect you to smile in the eyes of the public. For example, you still got my publishing from 24 years ago in which you gave me $20,000, which makes me never want to work with you as any artist wouldn't after you know someone is robbing you and tarnishing your name when you don't want to comply with his horrendous business model.
Well, not just comply with the business model, but comply with a whole bunch of other shady rituals.
Mace lamented, Diddy has long been accused of swindling his artists, the claim being reignited in 2021 when he penned an open letter calling out corporate America for failing to invest in black media. Even worse, the Bad Boy founder is said to demand sexual favors from all those who work on his record label, and Biggie was no exception. A short time after being called out by Mace, the Bad Boy CEO was criticized by Q Parker of R&B group 112. Q Parker said he not only had the same contract as Mace, but was also trying to get out of it. If you're going to be the face of this black excellence, there's some actions that I'm going to challenge you to make. It's a lot of things out here that you can make right with a lot of people who contributed to your wealth, he said at the time. Aside from DMX and Mace, 50 Cent is another industry giant who has publicly and consistently accused Diddy of not only exploiting his artists financially but also sexually. The one that hurt Uncle Fifth the most has to be the mistreatment of Biggie, a man he holds in high regard. Puffy is like a bitch. He always wants to be the hot bitch in the group, 50 explained. He wants to make sure he gets all the attention. I don't know who he was talking about because he didn't say my name. We used to kick it and talk on the phone even after the Mace And talking of Mace 50 Cent earlier said that Mace's 2005 move to G-Unit Records fizzled because Diddy wanted $2 million to let the Harlem rapper out of his Bad Boy deal. 50 was only willing to pay $1 million. Mace received a one-year release from the contract in 2009 after the rapper crashed Diddy's interview with
Yeah, Bus Laden in the chat wasn't X on life support for a while. Both X, DMX, and Tupac were supposedly, I believe the initial report was that DMX died, and then his family countered the report saying he's not dead. He's just hospitalized. And then he mysteriously dies, just like Tupac. And Tupac initially was reported to be doing very well and expected to survive. So who knows with any of that. There's also the rumor that DMX did get vaccinated shortly before he died. He had the heart issue. They blamed the heart issue on drug use. But I'll get to those reports later.
Atlantis B103. Mace had his contract in hand and got Diddy to sign it on camera. After leaving the label for good in 2012, he's now applying that same public pressure to get his publishing back. I offered you $2 million in cash just a few days ago to sell me back my publishing, he said on Instagram. Your response was, if I can match what the European guy offered him, that would be the only way I can get it back.
You know what's kind of crazy, though? It's kind of hard to believe that DMX would get vaccinated, though, unless he kind of arranged for a saline injection and then they switched it or something like that.
The rapper said Mace is one of many rappers who rued their bad boy experience. Biggie, as his mother says, was then too young to realize Diddy was only out to manipulate and use him. The Lox trio of Jadakiss, Styles P, and Sheek Louch started a Free the Lox campaign in 1999, vying to be released from their bad boy contract. The group felt Diddy preferred Billboard Top 40 appeasing singles, and glossy videos replete with shiny suits didn't fit their image. They wanted to sign with the more rugged Rough Riders label, which was based in their native Yonkers and where DMX was signed.
I mean, if you're a parent, would you trust your children to this guy? I mean, really? Really?
Diddy eventually let them out of their deal, but he kept a lingering hold on them by retaining half of their music publishing. Whoever controls an artist's publishing earns money when their music is used in movies, television,
Yeah, that's a good point, Real Offended. But, yeah, I mean, you definitely... Okay, on the spectrum of people that if somebody put a gun to your head that you had to trust or you had some kind of an emergency... Like, there's certain people that would never even come on an emergency list. I think P. Diddy's definitely would be near the top of that list, or any politician, or, you know, any intelligence agency.
Video games, and other commercial entities. That remaining gripe led to a contentious 2005 argument on New York's Hot 97, where Styles told Diddy, "We made one record with you, money, power, and respect. It's 10 years later, and you still got half of our publishing. You can't make it justifiable that you deserve half of our publishing." He also alleged you had a bunch of artists whose careers never went right with you. So, yeah, without shading it, Diddy is the devil that he is, a sexual predator and financial swindler. All those artists cannot make up these stories, can they? And that's all from us today. Until next time, bye.
Let's look at DMX's interview from prison in 2009 next. This is an interesting one for those that haven't seen it.
Thank you for doing this, by the way.
Thank you for, giving me the opportunity to be heard, in a positive light.
Yeah.
Or just in a fair light.
And if I inadvertently talk about your situation,
I got you.
You let me know.
I got you. All right, I first came to Arizona, man, and I remember one day coming from the studio
This was
at
posted
6
in
o'clock in the morning
2009.
and pulling over on the highway. We like 4 cars, just to watch the sunrise. And it was at that point that I fell in love with Arizona. I said, you know what, this has to be God's country. Because I'd never seen anything as beautiful as that sunrise. Then I met the devil in God's country. And it's not so much who.
So again, this is January. This was posted January 2009. I'm not sure the year it was recorded, but it was posted in 2009. So that's where he said he met the devil. Listen very carefully here.
It's what happens and the things that the devil does. It's not so much a person, even though he acts through people. You can't call one person the devil.
Joe Arpaio?
You can't call any one person the devil. You can't do that because no one person has enough power to be the devil. And, it's through all these hardships that I realized that, you know what? This is God's country because I met the devil here. Because if I hadn't met the devil here, I wouldn't realize I was strong enough to overcome the obstacles that the devil would place in my path.
I mean, how profound is this guy? Like, if you just kind of listen quickly, you might not get the point of what he's saying. I mean, he's dropping profound bomb after profound bomb here.
And it's by overcoming these obstacles that I realize that this is God's country. Because he helped me get over these obstacles. He helped me get over these hurdles.
Okay, but when you're done here, when you're out of here,
I'm not looking back.
You're not coming back?
No, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back for a show. I'm not coming back for a visit. I'm not even driving through the states. If I'm in a plane and they're going to fly over it, I'm going to go around, okay?
But you love this place.
I love the scenery. I love the scenery about it, and I love the freedom that it initially gave a person.
What DMX just said is the devil is not one person, but he can work through many people. So I think that's what happens when you sell your soul or you corrupt your soul. You open yourself up to do the devil's work.
Remember I said, when I first came here, the last exit on the 101 was Pima and Princess. Yeah, that was the last exit, you know? And, man, we had fun. We had the four-wheelers, you know. We just rode the trails. Pretty much the same thing I did when I bought a house out here, but until, you know, things, I don't know.
Do you, when you think back on this whole thing, what went wrong in Arizona? How did you end up getting in so much trouble here? Was there too much temptation here, or
I actually didn't get in.
Was after you?
No, I didn't get in. I actually didn't get in any trouble. I was never arrested at the scene of any crime, or you know, the police came and arrested me for something. You know, it was always let's get an arrest warrant for this guy. You know.
You think Arpaio was after you?
I'll let the public answer that one. You know, I'm not going to sit here and say, because I don't know. It might look like it, but I don't know if that was the case, so I'm not going to say.
He's not even indicting. I mean, this guy is very intelligent. I am very impressed with his intelligence level. Even if he hadn't lived the life that he lived, this is still incredible intelligence. But the fact that he's this intelligent after the life that he had, I mean, most people that had his life, they probably never even made it into their 30s.
That's what it was. You know, but we're all God's children, and I do pray for that man, you know, as I pray for everyone else, you know, whether I know you or not. I pray for my friends, family, loved ones, and as well as my enemies every night, you know, because we're all God's children. We're all God's children, and we all deserve the same grace.
In any way, has this time in here a lot of time to think? Has
Yes.
that changed X?
Yes, it has. It has. It has. It has gotten me closer to my true calling on life, closer to realizing, to actualizing my true calling on life, which is to be a pastor. You know, so I'm like, you know, I'm in my Bible every day. You know, they got me on 23-hour lock-in. Why, I don't know.
Is that for your own protection?
That's what they say, but it's really just to be a pain in the ass. You know, I mean, they just put me in general population a week ago. I didn't get in so much as a write-up. You know, I haven't had one disciplinary report since I've been here. Yet, they moved me back.
So what are you going to do, X, when you're out of here, finally? What's the game plan?
Well, I'm going to start a TV show while I'm in here, Pain and Perseverance. You know, and it's about how I can reach people that the average person can't reach because I'm grounded. I'm still as grounded as I am. And I'm going to give my first sermon in the church. That's going to be like incredible for me, and I hope it'll be incredible for the congregation of that church. You know, I hope I'm able to reach somebody or just touch somebody, you know what I'm saying, and bring them closer to the Lord.
Are you going to still make music?
Yes, yes. I actually have completed the gospel album. Yeah. You know, on every one of my albums, there's been a gospel song and a prayer. And
Well, the devil certainly doesn't like that. You know, the music industry does not like that. They like their satanic influence.
you know, of course, with the image, they never, you know, made those songs into singles except my 6th album, which was Lord, and they did Lord Give Me a Sign as a single. And
are you gonna? Do you turn your back on what you wrote earlier in your career?
No, I do not. No, because
do you have kids?
Yes.
I think DMX really documented the dark verse light struggle within a man, possibly better than any other artist ever in history in any genre, not just music.
I have 8 kids.
How old are they?
The oldest one is 16. The youngest one is 3 months.
How do you feel about them listening to some of the things you've written?
I encourage them to listen, but I also encourage them to not. They know what not to say. You know, you can't hide something from a child because that only gets them more curious about it. You know, what you do is you say, all right, this is what it is, and this ain't for you. You know?
Do you think it's a negative message?
No, it's a real message. And real is sometimes negative as well as positive. But it's real. And it needs to be. It needs to be, yes. It needs to be real. You can't hide things because they're gonna find out. And when they find out, like, oh, this must be good because my father hid it from me all this time. He must have wanted it for himself. No, I'm gonna tell you what it is. And I tell you, you touch it, I'll break your arm. You know? Or if you get curious, come talk to me about it because I've already been through it. I haven't been through what I've been through for nothing, you know? I've been through what I've been through to stop you from going through it, to be able to tell you about it so that way you won't have to experiment.
Okay, is everybody paying attention? What he just dropped, I mean, everything he says has many layers to it. If you're not paying attention, you might only catch the superficial layer of, oh, he's talking about his kid. He's talking about the pursuit of fame and fortune within the industry. And all of his pain and suffering might not be for nothing if he can prevent others from going down this path. Now, again, he might have the armor of God. He might be one of the most mentally strong individuals that ever existed, because they might have not been able to break him, but they sure broke a whole lot of other people. I mean, the average person will be broken when they go down these paths.
To know what it's about, you know?
So you're saying your music, in a sense, some of it's a warning.
Yes. Yes.
Tell me, I think people are curious how a guy, you've sold how many records?
28 million.
And
he doesn't even need a second to think about it. This guy can recite facts and figures so fast. This is incredible.
Made millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
How do you end up in here?
I think every.
And he still didn't lose his sense of humor. I mean, this is a true human being. This kind of reminds me of when Bruce Lee was talking about being a real human being. Like, he doesn't want to be remembered as the greatest martial arts master, but as a celebrity or an actor, but as a human being.
Everyone who's watching knows how I ended up in here.
I don't know if they do.
I'm pretty sure they do. Anytime you get it, I'm pretty sure they do. You know, there's how do I end up in here? You know what? I'm going to look at it in a positive light and say that I came here to meet somebody. Don't know who it was, but I'll know him when I see him, and I came here to give him a message. And that message is Jesus loves him. You know what I'm saying? I came here to give him the word. That's why I'm here. Regardless of what it looks like, you know, regardless of what people think, that's why I'm here. I came here to meet somebody and tell them about the glory of God.
Tell me if I'm wrong. In the rap world, if you do time in jail or prison or you've been shot, that's a badge of courage, right? That gives you street cred.
Not really. I mean, I guess in any world, you know, it has people like, ooh, you made it. You know, that's like surviving something that a lot of people didn't survive. So I guess in that aspect, but that's not so much the rap world, it's in any world, you know?
So does this time in jail here, does it help your standing with your fans? Or?
No, it's actually, man, it's wasting time. You know, it's wasting time. There's so many things I could be doing. But then again, I am doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Just a little bit of time. And it's not going to be long. It's not going to be long. It'll be over soon. And before you know it, I'll be back doing what I'm supposed to be doing, you know? The gospel according to Acts. You know, music, movies, speaking to people, you know.
Have you talked to guys in here who don't have the opportunities that you've had and will have when you get out? There are guys in here who really don't have a lot going on. I mean, they've got a tough road ahead when they get out of here. They're not going to have movies, and they're not going to have TV shows. They're not going to sell records.
Have I talked to them about what?
Have you tried to help them?
I give positive advice. I try to get them to look into themselves to see what they're good at, because we all have a talent. So I try to get them to look at themselves, and I try to explain to them, you don't have to do that, because there's no such thing as an old drug dealer. You know, there's no old players. You know, there's no old gangsters.
And just comparing again to even the way Tupac spoke, not that there was anything necessarily wrong with that message, but I mean, it just seems like DMX is just that much more raw and real and not try hard at all. It did seem at times that Tupac was reading a script.
You know, so I give them something to think about. You know, there's so many other things that you could do. But, you know, people do what they want to do, and I'm not their father, so I just tell them, you know, the best thing I can tell them at that particular time and hope they get into it, you know. But I always tell them that Jesus loves them.
Miami, folks in Miami wanted me to ask you a question about why you keep going back to Miami.
Yeah. Well, I have a fiance in Miami, and I have a baby, 3 months. Yep, I miss all my kids, man. I miss my kids. That's the hardest part about this. I miss my kids. But
You know what's crazy too? Like you can see how emotional he is about his kids, and people calling him a deadbeat dad or whatever. Like he's having his livelihood messed with extensively, so he can't actually provide the child support. But clearly he wanted to, and he's clearly emotionally invested, as opposed to many other people with far fewer children. I mean, it's you could really, once you start looking at all these personalities like Steven Seagal, DMX, you can see the way the propaganda campaigns work to demonize these people.
Do they come and see you?
no, they're in school and stuff like that. You know, my baby will be here in a couple of days, though. My baby will be here in a couple of days. My baby will be here.
Who comes and visits you here?
My lawyer, managers.
Marsha.
Yeah, Marche. Trish came to visit me. And, Maria from Aguilera Bail Bondsman. She's good peoples, you know, she's good people. She came and bailed me out one time, you know, without anything down, you know. Of course she got paid, but, you know, I appreciate that, you know. I appreciate that, so, yeah. Maria.
Well, since you've been in here,
yeah,
first African-American president's been elected.
Yes. I think I was out.
Were you out?
November?
Took a while to get a hater in the chat. We got Lilith Smoon here. Lilith, very interesting name there. Some people consider Lilith the mother of all demons. DMX paid out a ton of money to child support, but obviously he had a ton of children. And then he was on drugs, so which he admitted. And obviously when you're on drugs, especially if you're some kind of super creative genius focused on your work, you know, obviously he would openly admit these faults of, you know, not keeping up with certain schedules. But when there's a warrant out and they suspend his license and passport, he actually can't fly and do shows. So he can't earn money. So it's like a vicious cycle. He'll actually get into that. And we'll get into when he started drugs, but he started drugs before he had his first kid by all sources.
Yeah, I was out. Yeah, I was out. Yeah.
You were in Miami.
Yeah, I was in Miami. We partied too. We partied, man. It was, I mean, to drive through the streets of Miami, man.
Lilith Moon, I've heard the interviews of his ex-wife, and I'm not sure DMX would deny most of that. A lot of that probably is true from his battles.
And normally gunshots mean war, but these were shots of celebration, man. It's like you could just hear gunshots going off, you know, all in the air, though, you know? People drive by, people on, yeah, we won. You know, it was a beautiful feeling.
How do you feel that Obama has talked during the campaign about black culture, black fathers, that he probably wouldn't like the message in your music.
Yeah, maybe Littlest Moon is not aware of the physical and emotional abuse DMX went through as a child. Yeah, well, clearly he had a lot of mental health issues, even as a child, and physical damage from the physical abuse he endured. This is all before the fame and fortune. It's not like he's a normal individual. Yes, Shane187, I think he would agree that he brought a lot of this on himself. And that's why he's such a fascinating character. And it seems like a lot of these other people that brought it on themselves, they did not survive, but he did. It's as if he does have the armor of God.
What's the message in my music that he wouldn't like?
Probably some of the stuff about killing, guns, drugs.
Well, I don't talk much about killing other people.
Let me read you one.
All right, so maybe I do. All right, maybe I do.
Let me read you one.
You got me there.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can't take it out of context.
Well, tell me if this is out of context. Let me just read you one. Now, this is interesting. Yeah. All the families that I got lighting candles for niggas, breathing relevance, grandmother's fallen. Out.
It would be funnier if it was like some old British guy reading these lyrics.
And need the sedatives. Mom hugging the casket, wishing she'd raised a better kid.
That's not on wax. That's not on a song.
We in here.
We in here? Yeah, that's it. Oh shit, I was thinking about it. I hear niggas also like that. Niggas can't you know what niggas do in New York and shit. Thinking of all the business and how the hell the niggas. I like candles and niggas. How the hell the families that I got lighting candles. Breathing relatives. Yeah. I didn't say I killed them.
No.
I just said I got them lighting candles.
Exactly.
And that's the positive aspect of it. It's like I'm turning something bad into something good. Let's hold a vigil for the fallen brother. Yeah.
Is this goof reporter trying to catch DMX? This is kind of weird.
Ask you about this one.
Okay.
I just want to ask you because I want to know where you're coming from.
All right, you know what it is? What it is? I can tell you where I'm coming from without you even going to it. What it is that it's slick talk. It's slick talk. It's not something that is to be taken literally. Evidently, if I was doing that, I wouldn't be rapping. You know, I'd walk around with a bulletproof vest. I'd always have guns. I'd have gun charges. So it's not something to be taken literally. Just like, you know, when you get people that talk about songs and they talk about, oh, your love makes me feel like I want to jump off a cliff. They don't mean it literally. So you can't, you know, it's wordplay, poetry.
Shtick.
Yeah, but it's poetry.
Okay.
It's poetry and it's wordplay.
The fact that you're a pretty religious
That's
guy.
not my message.
Sphinx Bear in the chat saying Diddy sent that reporter.
It's at the end of it. You know, it's like you have to say certain things to gain the credibility, to gain the attention of your listeners. Then at the end of it is what matters. You know, what it boils down to. And it always boils down to a gospel song and a prayer. Every album, I end it with a gospel song and a prayer.
What do you want people to know about you that they may not understand, particularly the white?
I like how that reporter just completely abandoned that line of inquiry once he invokes spirituality. I mean, that's crazy.
Community that doesn't listen to your music, all they see is the police blotter and they see you in trouble.
Well, a lot of white community sees the movies as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so what do I want them to know about me? Don't judge me. Well, you shouldn't judge anyone. But don't have an assumption on who I am until you've met me.
What if somebody were to form their opinion based on your music or your lyrics?
Oh, I guess he's going back to that again. This reporter's such a goof.
Would they get to know you that way? Would they know who you are?
You can't do it. You can't form an opinion on one song. You have to listen to the whole entire album, because the album is like, it's like a journey. You know, it's like seeing a person taking a piss on the side of the road, like, oh my God, he's a pervert. No, he's just a guy taking a piss. He might be, you know, a fireman, you know, who just got finished saving someone's life, but he had to really go to the bathroom at that time. And, you know, you can't just look at that one instance and you know, determine who that man is, you know? Walk a mile in his shoes.
Do you think you've gotten a fair shake here?
Of course not. No.
The most you could do, though, is 90 days when all this is over.
Huh?
90 more days is the most you could do. When you're sentenced on January 30th, that's the most time you could do after.
What do you mean?
Well, how much time are you looking at when you get sentenced on January
90 days. I already took a plea.
Okay, so that's the most.
That's what I'm getting. That's not the most I could get.
90 days is it?
Yeah.
How do you feel about being here another 3 months?
Oh my God.
I mean, is it the worst experience of your life?
It's one of, and it's not so much, I mean, I've been in jail before. I've did a couple, you know, it's not so much, but it's being away from my children. It's knowing that, you know, that if I'm not out by if I'm not out in a certain amount of time, man, that, you know, my house is going to get foreclosed on. It's things of that nature, you know.
It's made things complicated.
Extremely, extremely.
Do you still have money?
This is taking a toll on me. This is taking a toll on me.
You've made millions, though. I mean, you haven't spent millions, have you?
No, but I've been robbed for millions. You know, you get crooked business managers and things of that nature, but...
It looks like Lilith jumped ship before hearing about that, as if DMX wasn't exploited in any way by corrupt industry execs. DMX is actually being really patient with this goof.
But, you know, whatever the devil has stolen from me, God will replace it.
I mean, this is crazy. Just the depth of these words. Whatever the devil has stolen from me, God will replace it. Look at the conviction in this man's face. To go through the life that he still had a sense of humor. He was still laughing at the goof reporter and some of his goofy questions. Look at the conviction in this man's face. This is why they were afraid of him. They could not break this man for years upon years upon years. He's literally sitting in a prison, and he has the conviction of truth in his face that whatever the devil has stolen, God will replace. I mean, I really don't understand how this guy has haters. I mean, you could obviously criticize certain actions that DMX would agree with you on regarding the drug use and the irresponsibility and all that. DMX would agree with you on criticizing those actions. But how do you criticize the man as a whole?
So when you get out of here, you're right back on track.
Right back on track.
Are you a different person when you get out of here?
Yes, I'm a different person before I came in here.
How about, did you learn something in here, and what would it be that makes you different when you leave here?
I learned that this is not where I want to be, man. You know, I mean, jail used to be a place where it was like, all right, I'll go there, you know, I'll be the life of the party. What up? It's nothing. I'll live. It's good. But this jail is ridiculous. It's disrespectful. Come on, Pink. What does that have to do with being in jail? Why the pink?
Wow. Because they're trying to so they can't force him to wear a dress in jail. So they got to at least put him in pink. But they still can't mentally break him. And, of course, he would never wear that of his own free will.
Why the pink shirts and underwears? And what is that all about?
I think if you listen to the sheriff, his idea is to make it as unpleasant so you don't want to come back. That's what he says.
Oh, right.
So putting a guy in a cage is not a deterrent. Making him wear pink is the deterrent. I mean, this is weird stuff. This is weird stuff.
Do you buy that?
No, not at all. Not at all. I think it's just.
But it sounds like there's a method to the madness, because in a way.
Well, this is not making me want to come back. This is just like stupid. It's like what's.
But it sounds like you don't want to come back.
I'm not coming back to Arizona. Period.
But you don't want to go back to jail.
No, I don't want to go back to jail. No one wants to go to jail. No one wants to go to jail. But I mean, I didn't.
He's being so patient with this goof reporter. This is impressive. I'm really impressed with his patience here. I mean, some of these questions are just so dumb.
I didn't do anything to go to jail.
Charges weren't fair.
I'll just say that.
Can you at all talk about the dogs?
Nope.
You can't talk about them.
I'll just say I did nothing to go to jail. I had nothing that warranted me being arrested, and I'll just leave it at that.
Is there anything else you'd like to say to the people who are watching this tonight?
You know, the other interesting point, they usually go after a lot of good people with some kind of sexual charges, particularly against children in many cases, or you know, whatever, SA charges. They couldn't even pretend to go after him for that. Now, I know there might have been situations with his ex-wives or whatever, you know, obviously his adult ex-wives. But, yeah, it's kind of telling that the most they could grasp at is alleging that he would mistreat dogs. Now, I don't know if there's any truth to that. I don't know if he was on drugs and he forgot to feed them, but I would think that he would have people that could do that also, but I don't know.
Pray for me, because I'll pray for you. Don't believe everything you hear. Don't believe everything you read. And only believe half of what you see.
I mean, that's just profound. People don't say that enough. Only half of what you see. I mean, that is really, truly brilliant, especially with Project Bluebeam and all of AI. I mean, this was obviously before that. Before AI, not before Blue, or at least before publicly available AI. Some of the jail charges were driving without a license, gun possession, violation of probation, not paying child support or not paying the correct amount of child support, and also animal abuse were alleged, but I believe most of the animal abuse charges were all dropped eventually, so I don't know. So they were just putting out warrants, and when you don't pay child support, you actually get your license automatically suspended. So he wasn't even aware of some of them when that happened.
God bless you.
The reporter must have really hated that last line. I mean, look at his face, just the conviction of that man, to have the life that he had, to have gone through what he went through. $16 Alpha V dropping a bar here. From all this on DMX, what I take away is that if you want to play, you're going to pay, no matter what you say, and that many rappers are gay, and that where there is a will, there is a way. Yeah, I think most of the charges in the later years against DMX were either BS or a result of some paperwork issues. And then they just put out warrants on them. Alright, let's go to another mind-shocking interview here with Dr. Phil. Now, he blows the whistle on the Illuminati here. Actually, before we get to that, let's do this one. Couple of mind shocks on this one as well.
You know, to get any shine, to get any light whatsoever. You know, every time I put an artist on one of my songs, they wouldn't allow that song to be a single. So now it's like, fuck it, you know what I'm saying? I got artists all over my album, you know what I'm saying? And every single of my artists is gonna be there. what I'm saying? So, you know, I got talented artists, they banging, and I'm gonna do everything in my power to promote them. Bizarre, that's the rock dude, you know what I'm saying? The name of I'm gonna put out a Bloodline compilation album. It's gonna be called 3 rappers, an R&B chick and a rock dude. 3 rappers, three rappers, a rock dude, and an R&B chick. That's gonna be the name, because that's pretty much what my label consists of. You know what I'm saying? 3 rap artists, an R&B chick, and a rock dude. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's extremely talented. They're all over the album, you know, and you know, I believe in them as much as they believe in me. Yeah, I mean, the transition was kind of smooth. I was extremely disappointed at Def Jam. It was like, you know, my track record, I got the best track record of any artist, any recording artist in history. So it's like, what is the problem, you know? I was like very disappointed with that. But what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? You can't force somebody to know something, you know what I'm saying? You can't, you know, make somebody be real, so fuck it. You know, I'll let them do them and I'm doing me, you know, because I'm gonna shine regardless. I'm gonna shine regardless. My steps have already been ordained. My steps have already been written. You know, the Lord has already, you know, written my steps out, so no one can do anything to stop it. You know what I'm saying? Prime example, we had this, like the show we did last night, we had a show in New York a couple days ago. And you know, the 2 major radio stations in New York they don't want to play my music. They didn't want to do any commercials for the show or anything, you know? But I still sold out. I mean, still had a sold out audience. So it's like, you know, you got these grown-ass men acting like fucking bitches on the fucking radio. Well, DMX didn't want to talk to me, so I'm not going to play his music. You're not hurting me by not playing my music.
He's kind of hilarious, too. I mean, he could have really done a good comedy special. Like, he would have done a good comedy special exposing the industry. I mean, he's pretty hilarious.
You're hurting the people who my music helps. You know what I mean? Think about what the fuck
Let's play that again.
I mean, still had a sold out audience. So it's like, you know, you got these grown-ass men acting like fucking bitches on the fucking radio. Well, DMX didn't want to talk to me, so I'm not going to play his music.
Oh, man, that's funny. I mean, he really is the realest, though. I mean, he just calls out everybody.
You're not hurting me by not playing my music. You're hurting the people who my music helps. You know what I mean? Think about what the fuck you're doing. Stop acting like a fucking bitch, man. Real talk, man. It's ridiculous. Because it's like I said, y'all just hurt, you know. I mean, when that song, Lord Give Me a Sign, first came out, you know, this lady, she has 5 kids. She had 5 kids. She lost 3 of her sons. And, you know, I received the email saying that song is the only thing that like wakes her up in the morning, that, you know, gives her the strength to get out of bed. So it's like, you know, you got these fucking DJs, they want to play God with people's music. Like, well, I'm not playing it. It's like, motherfucker, I already been through what I had to go through to write the song. You know what I'm saying? Right now, the song is out there to help other people. You stopping other people from getting help. You know what I'm saying? They're just acting like fucking bitches, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, they get up there and they're in their little booth with their fucking board and everything, and they, you know, well, I don't want to play this. But when you see them outside or at a party, they straight sucking dick. You know, oh, what up?
I mean, wow. I mean, he just drops bombs like it's nothing. I mean, this is just crazy. I mean, even Cat Williams doesn't say it quite like that. But yeah, I mean, other than Cat Williams, who out there was just this real?
They get up there and they're in their little booth with their fucking board and everything, and they, you know, well, I don't want to play this. But when you see them outside or at a party, they straight sucking dick. You know, oh, what up, my man? Yeah, how's it doing? Get the fuck out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? Niggas are suckers, man. And you know what? I mean, as funny as this may sound, I think it's a conspiracy against me, you know, because in the absence of the truth, bullshit will prevail.
Another bomb right there.
So as long as nobody out there spitting real, you know, you can come up with anything and it'll sell, you know what I'm saying? But once you put the truth out there, it's like people have something to compare everything else to. So, you know, you got a lot of people who are not really happy about the fact that, you know, my album is about to drop. You know, they're not really happy about, you know, Lord, give me a sign. And, you know, we in here and, you know, things of that nature. But you know what? Fuck them. The game is bullshit, man. The game is fucking bullshit. If you want to rap or sing or whatever, don't become a part of the game.
I mean, these are wise words right here. These are, don't become a part of, does this sound like a guy who sold out? Does this sound like a guy who actually participated in their rituals? Or does this sound like a guy who reached a certain level of prosperity despite the BS and the rituals? And he's obviously frustrated about it, and he's not shy to call it out.
You know what? Listen to a song I called The Industry. And that pretty much explains, you know what I'm saying, what the shit is about. The industry. Man, it's not the same. The industry, it's not a fucking game. The industry, real niggas is dying to get in the industry just to find they don't fit in. The industry ain't what it used to be. The industry's trying to control the way you MC. They want you to dress like this and talk like that. But I'm going to dress like this and talk with the gap. The industry. Got y'all word meaning nothing. The industry. Fuck what you heard because he's bluffing. The industry. Money, bitches, hate. But I dare you to try to take a fucking thing off my plate. The industry like, wait, but in the streets, we like, get him. 17 up in that thing, catch him sleeping, hit him. My pop whoever's with him. The coroner's coming to get him. Industry niggas. That's why I did him. I mean, I never really cared about, you know, people say behind my back. Because I was brought up that, you know, if they don't say it to your face, they don't mean it. So, you know, I don't concern.
If they don't say it to your face, they don't mean it. I mean, he's just dropping so many bombshells here. I mean, and this is all just having a casual conversation. I mean, this guy's a genius. This guy's a literal genius.
Myself with what people think, or what people hear, or all that bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Because I know what it is. And the minute I allow someone to, you know, dictate to me who I am by what they heard, then I become, you know, that person becomes in control of me.
I mean, this is really deep, profound wisdom here. The minute he cares about what somebody else thinks about him, he lets them be in control of him. Again, does this sound like a guy who actually sold his soul or no?
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, I don't give a fuck what somebody thinks. You know, I don't give a fuck what they, you know, heard. I know what it is. And unless they say it to me, I mean, what the fuck, you know? It really doesn't matter at all. I don't know. I don't pay attention to what's going on with the rap shit, because like I said, most of it is crap. You know what I'm saying? I just worry about me. I do what I do, and fuck everybody else. Not really so much fuck everybody else, but I really don't care what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? I don't have enough energy or time to think about that. I focus on what I have to do and what my purpose is and what my message is. You know what I'm saying?
There was no date on this, but obvious it was after the Lord Give Me a Sign. There's another interview here. This is a really crazy one. So, I mean, I'll let it play through. We'll do the commentary as it plays through. But, I mean, it's just so shocking what's going on here in the industry.
They tried to kidnap us. But they tried to kidnap us. But they tried to keep us. You know, the guy booked me for a show. It'll be 2 shows, back to back, but he only promoted 1. And, you know, he wanted me to stay out there while he promoted another show. I'm like, listen, you know. He's like, yo, I'll give you $30,000 a day just to sit here. I'm like, okay. You know, now this is where the bullshit comes in, because there's no fucking way you're going to give me $30,000 a day just to sit there while you promote another show. And, you know, I'm supposed to believe that I'm going to leave with that money too? You know what I mean? This guy walked through the airport like he owned it. He was the president's friend. The president of that country, that was his right-hand man. You know, so he came right to the plane to get us. So it's like, you know what? I don't even want the money, because money, like, you know, somebody that's that powerful or important, you know what I'm saying, can get you killed. You know, so it's like, you know what? I don't want your money. I don't even want to do the show. The show's not ready yet, so let me just, you know, and we needed the help of the U.S. Embassy to get us up out of there.
So this was in Africa. Apparently he's using the word kidnap us here. I mean, this is kind of crazy. I don't know if this is CIA related or it's just, yeah, it's crazy.
You know? But it was by the grace of God that we made it.
we was in D&D, Big Al was like, yo, man, you ain't gold. I'ma rip you down on this.
And, I mean, this story was corroborated by other people as well. All right, so let's get to the Dr. Phil interview. So this was, I believe, it's labeled September 25th, 2013.
Welcome,
I'm not 100% sure if that's accurate, but that's what we got here, 2013. Obviously, Dr. Phil's a goof. This isn't about Dr. Phil. This is about what DMX is going to say.
Rapper DMX.
I saw you getting it.
Yeah, you got some fans here.
Oh, yeah, I love the love. I love the love, you know?
Yeah.
I have real fans because, like I said, despite the fact there's no music, they still listen, they still appreciate who I am, and I thank each and every one of you for that.
All right, let's just jump into this. You are obviously hugely creative and talented. I told you, my sons got me into your music a long time ago, and I confess that I'm a fan.
Thank you.
You have sold over 30 million records. You have an amazing list of awards. You've appeared in 7 substantial movies, but yet you say much of the time you're not happy. Why is that?
To whom much is given, much is required.
I mean, this guy really is like a modern prophet. I mean, he testifies, he prophesizes. I mean, it's like he's speaking too much truth. Yes, Dr. Phil is very strange. Dr. Phil definitely MK Ultra. I mean, he looks like an MK Ultra type of goof.
You know, and it looks fun because, you know, the fans only see, like, the movie or, you know, the stage show, but they don't realize the work that it takes to get there. And it's a lot of self-sacrifice, you know what I'm saying? Time away from your children, a lot of hard work, you know, dedication, just flying all over the place, airports all the time, dealing with different personalities. And it's to the point where if I'm having a bad day, I gotta stay in the house. Because once I walk outside my door, I belong to the world.
You told my producers that you had no restrictions. We could ask you anything.
Yeah,
you could talk about anything.
That's
but you didn't want us to contact and bring on like your mother or ex-wives or whatever.
Ex-wife.
And you've been very forthcoming. Yeah. So why didn't you want us to talk to anybody else?
Okay, because me and my mother, you know, we had a difficult start. You know, she did the best that she could.
Right.
All right. And regardless of how rough our past was, we're in a good place now. And I don't want anything to interfere with that. You know, questions, no bringing up the past, nothing to interfere with
that. And I told you that we fully respected that, and I wanted you to know ahead of time
Thank you.
that
You did.
I don't,
Thank you very much.
because I'm not an ambush interviewer, and I hate that. You told our field producer you didn't.
He's definitely an ambush interviewer. What a goof. I mean, look at this deceiver. I mean, look at the difference between Dr. Phil and DMX. Like, you can see the deceit oozing through Dr. Phil.
Didn't see an ass.
Right.
And that the show is more than just a TV show. So what do you hope happens here today?
I just want people to just get a honest perception of who I am. I mean, like, you know, you get these little 10-second news segments. Oh, rapper DMX did this and rapper DMX did that. Get off DMX's, you know, like that. Like, you know, stop.
Well, you do.
It's kind of hilarious when the audience is totally on the side of the guy DMX is trying to ambush. It's just so funny.
Give him a lot of content.
Well, who doesn't? How many people have on a dare ran naked through the hallway? Come on, let's be honest here. All right, Right. That's at least 30% of the audience. But nobody's on TMZ.
I want to know exactly what thought process went through your mind where you decided getting up and running around naked in the hallways of a hotel was a good idea. I mean, take me through that moment where you decided.
It was a bet. It was a dare. Like, you won't do it. You won't do it. I'm like, all right, watch. And I did it.
Was it like a double dog dare?
It was like, the dare was order room service and run through the hallway naked. I'm like, I'll do that.
I mean, how dumb is Dr. Phil, though? Is he not aware? Like, I don't know how old people are, but the whole ordering pizza thing, people do that in hotels, too. I mean, it's mostly women because they can get away with it. You got that female privilege. But, I mean, a certain amount of women have done this similar dare in getting a order, whatever, and not wearing clothes or whatever. I mean, it's kind of, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we should do a poll of the entire population. But Dr. Phil, I mean, he doesn't seem like a fun kind of guy, so I guess he doesn't know any fun kind of people. Not that that's not weird for a guy to do, just I guess, you know, they don't really have that female privilege, so they would get, you know, arrested for indecent exposure or whatever, where women can openly do that, obviously, but whatever.
You thought,
I'll do that.
You thought this is a good idea.
No, it's not about good or bad ideas. I'll do that.
You were advised not to appear on this show.
Yes, I was.
Why?
Because of the prior situation with Ayanla, and you guys kind of fall under the Oprah umbrella thing, and it's just like, don't even do it, it's not worth it. And I said, you know what, I just need for people to like look at me as I speak, you know what I'm saying, and know who I am, you know, by what I say. You know, not by what you see in the newspaper, not by what you read, which is, you know, you can tell a lot by a person by looking them in the eyes when you talk to them.
What are the biggest mistakes that you think you've made?
I wouldn't redo anything, because it got me right here where I'm at right now. And I'm in a good place.
Dr. Phil is clearly instigating here. I mean, the guy is so transparent with his BS. Yeah, that's a good point, Lord Zed and Shane 187. So Dr. Phil was on a football team. He knows all about weird, playful stuff being done. Well, yeah, I mean, see, what DMX didn't violate the will of another human in this instance. I mean, all that weird hazing stuff on sports team, you're violating the will of another human being. And worse so, another human being that probably trusts you or did before that violation. And Shane 187 saying Dr. Phil done more humiliating things to his guests. Yeah, absolutely true. Yes, DMX is unbreakable. I have to say, he might be the best example of armor of God. Just, nobody can break this guy.
No regrets.
Yeah.
No regrets.
You have 10 children.
11.
11 children?
11, yes.
He even upstate. This is fantastic. I mean, DMX is throwing it all back in his face. This is absolutely fantastic. Dr. Phil's got nothing. It really seems like Dr. Phil's whole fake nice guy act, just trying to help you. I mean, DMX sees straight through this deceiver.
And one on the way.
He's got Dr. Phil flustered. This is fantastic. I mean, DMX sees straight through this deceiver. He sees straight through this deceiver.
And one on the way. One on the way is number 12?
That would be number 12, yes.
Why are you having so many children?
I mean, throughout history, I mean, people always had a lot of children. I mean, you know, big, powerful family.
I'm not having the children.
No.
It's just awesome that the audience, like, usually the audience is a bunch of goofs. I mean, I don't watch Dr. Phil, but I know I've seen clips. I've seen a lot of clips, and usually the audience is on Dr. Phil's side. It's always fantastic when they're not, just to expose the deceiving goof that is Dr. Phil.
Actually, you are.
No, I'm giving them the children.
No, actually, you are. I mean, this is a joint thing, and you're responsible for them after the fact.
You're right, and they're well taken care of. I mean, and I'm an influence, a big influence in their lives. I love all of my children, and I do see them and speak to them when I can. Like, I do have a relationship with my children. I love my children. I mean, I would never just not be a part of my children's life. That doesn't make sense.
Doesn't it get expensive?
Yes, it does, and time-consuming. But like I said, I think if you can provide somewhat, you know what I'm saying, monetarily for your kids and be there for them, then you should have them.
Yeah.
You should have them.
Are you $1.23 million behind in child support?
Yes, I am. And the reason being because
1.23? Really? 123? Really? Who calculated that?
at a time I was making $13 million a year. So if I'm making $13 million a year, then I can pay that. And I haven't made that in about 10 years, so of course I'm behind in payments, but the children are taken care of.
In my view, your talent is as intact today as it was when you were making 13.
Dr. Phil is just such a goof. I mean, I apologize if I keep going on about that. It's hard to manage him in longer doses because his goofery is just so obvious. Like, his deceit is so obvious here. It's so obvious. Not to mention, like, the way he just switches gears there because he got completely shut down. Because if a guy's making $13 million, first of all, I mean, how much does a child cost per month? I mean, one child per month. I mean, I think the calculation, I mean, this was before Biden-inflation. Pre-Biden-inflation, it was what, $1 million between the ages of 1 to 18? $1 million for 18 years. 18 years would be $1 million per child pre-Biden-inflation. And this was pre-Biden-inflation. So, yeah. I mean, even 10 children, I mean, what would be for a single year? I mean, for them to live reasonably, what is that, 50 grand, 100 grand, 200 grand, 500 grand? Clearly somebody making 13 mil a year can afford a couple hundred grand per year. I don't know how they calculate the child support, though, because a lot of times the mother wants to add a whole bunch of money for herself that's not for the child specifically. Again, I don't know their particular situation, but it seems like it's calculated off the percentage of his income at the time of a claim and not what it actually costs or not what he was paying for when he was still together. Like, if he was still together with whichever ex with the child, was he really paying that much for the child?
$1 million a year. So why are you not making that money now?
I don't know.
Well, if you did know, what would it be?
A weird question.
I mean, that's not just a weird question. That's a mentally disabled. If you did know, what would the answer be? Like, here's this math equation. I don't know what the equation, I can't solve the equation. But if you could solve it, what would the answer be? I mean, Dr. Phil's goofery is absolutely off the charts indeed, Joyce B. Joyce B says, Dr. Phil goofery off the charts, used car salesman vibe. I mean, there are used car salesmen that are less goofy than this goof. Yeah, Aaron's energy. Phil is super condescending while trying to act all innocent. Yeah, his act is just pathetic, though. Like, how does anybody... Are there people who don't see through that act? Like, it's weird.
Makes sense.
Even the audience is laughing at this goof.
Still don't know. Like, if I did know, what would it be? That was a smooth move. It didn't work.
I mean, Phil is such a goof.
Well, let's take a break while we work that one out in our heads, right? Next, Dmx claims he has been clean for over a year, but is that really true? No. How much do drugs play in his reportedly erratic behavior? We'll be right back.
Introduced to me when I was maybe 14. It was something that drew me in and trapped me and just had a hold on me for a long, long time.
So he was introduced to drugs, hard drugs, when he was 14, and it trapped him. I mean, look how honest he is about all this.
And later, Ed Healdhurst said, stop blaming everything on being a celebrity. You've done things that deserve to be addressed and changed. Respond to that.
No, because I don't even know who that is. I'm not even going to waste time on talking to somebody who I don't know who it is. For a warrant. They said there was marijuana. Usually when they, find something, they put it on the hood of the car. We didn't see any marijuana. Even if you did find weed, like the bag of weed, I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to do anything that's going to get me a lot of time. I enjoy my freedom. I need my freedom.
Well, controversial music artist DMX says drug addiction was something that...
That's a good point, D-Town Books. Dr. Phil needs to listen to the industry if he wants to understand why it's difficult for talented people to make money. Absolutely. The goof definitely needs to, yes. Joyce B, not just P. Diddy, there's a lot of people who targeted DMX to try to sabotage him once they realized they couldn't break him. I mean, he really has one of the most fascinating stories because it really does seem like they thought they could break him, and maybe they even were entertained by the fact that he wouldn't break early like everybody else does. So maybe it was fun for them to try to get him to break, and that's why he lasted as long as he did. Little did they know that he had the armor of God.
Drew him in, trapped him, and had a hold on him for a long, long time. Take a look.
I was introduced to my first drug when I was about 8. Family member gave me some weed. Here, hit this side, and they're laughing, and, you associate drugs with a good time. Crack was introduced to me when I was maybe 14. It was kind of slid, like, yeah, I smoke this weed. And I just knew that, something wasn't right. Found out later that, he had put some coke in the blood. That's where it started. I was 14 years old. He created a monster. He planted a seed that needed to be watered. It was something that drew me in and trapped me and just had a hold on me for a long, long time. I mean, clearly, it got worse because of my addictive nature. It got bad. I still smoke my green every once in a while. It enhances creativity, I have an addictive nature, and that's just what it's gonna be. Grace of God. I haven't been high since, more than a year. Just say that. I've been out of prison for 3 years, more than a year. I'm always gonna be an addict. I'm gonna be an addict until I die. That doesn't mean I have to get high.
So, who gives an 8-year-old kid marijuana?
A family member. I mean, I'm sure it's happened before.
What was the motive? Why would they do that?
I don't know. I was 8. I don't know.
Dr. Phil is like, I mean, you could have at least phrased the question, did they ever reveal a motive in later years? Like, how is an 8-year-old supposed to know? Not just any 8-year-old. An 8-year-old that was beaten physically, emotionally abused. I mean, Dr. Phil really is an insensitive goof.
I don't know.
Did it have an effect on you at 8? Did you realize it?
Sphinx Bear in the chat saying, I'm just picturing those disgusting freaks plotting on how to break him. Gross. Well, picture this. Picture how angry those disgusting freaks must have been year after year after year. He's exposing them to the whole world, blowing the whistle on those scum, throwing it back in their face in all the songs. I mean, they probably still can't sleep knowing that they couldn't break him. Those scum probably can't, well, they probably can't sleep for a lot of different reasons. But every time DMX's name is brought up, can you imagine how much that turns them inside? The guy they couldn't break. Every time they hear a song of his. I mean, those scum must be churning every time his name is mentioned or one of his songs plays. What a question. Dr. Phil is such a moron. He really is. What a goof. I mean, I usually don't call people morons, but I mean, I think Dr. Phil has earned it.
Changed your mood and your feeling at the time?
Yes. Yeah.
How long was it before you think you had a drug problem?
About 19, 20.
But you don't have a drug problem now.
I think we're playing semantics here. Like I'm always gonna have a drug problem. I don't have to get high.
Do you use drugs now?
I smoke weed, I drink, yes. But that's it. That's it. And one day, that'll be gone. That'll be gone. Because my faith, I said, my faith is in God, man. And he's not gonna remove it all at once, but he's taking steps, and I'm taking steps every day to get better and get where I need to be. And that's what it is.
Dr. Phil probably hated that answer. Look at Dr. Phil scrambling to come up with something in response to that.
Are you worried that if you get the right combination of mood and you're smoking weed and drinking, that it could lead you back to a really dark place? Does that worry you?
That doesn't worry me.
Something else is Dr. Phil's default setting seems to be stuck on full retard. It does appear that way. It appears that way, yes.
God has a plan for me. I'm not worried about anything. Wherever I'm at is where God placed me at. And if I need help getting up out of there, he'll help me get up out of there. So
It's so funny because Dr. Phil, I don't know what Dr. Phil's handlers expected here, because it's like he's trying to get DMX to break on some level. I mean, it's almost like he's trying to get DMX to break him to admitting whatever in an emotion. He's trying to emotionally break him, and he's just striking out. I mean, I don't know what his handlers expected here. Like, what did obviously, Lord Zed saying Dr. Phil is a big, dumb, blockhead jock. Wow. Yes, Sphinx Bear. Yeah, that's probably accurate. He's trying to make him look crazy. That's a good point. Dr. Phil's handlers... Yeah, I don't know if they thought that they could break him, but they clearly want to embarrass him in some way or make him look crazy, yes. And DMX is having none of it, and the audience sees through all this too. I mean, this is fantastic.
I'm never worried about where I'm at.
You say there was nothing you would change.
No.
You've been arrested, I added up, 25 times.
That's it?
25, that's...
I mean, he's throwing it all back in Dr. Phil's face, and Dr. Phil can do nothing about it. It's just, this is fantastic.
I thought it was like 40 times at least, man.
No, it's 25 times.
My lockup game up, man.
Well, actually, but I mean, is that his plan for you?
Whatever has happened was supposed to happen.
Yeah. Explain.
Okay.
Explain this for me, because I think it's pretty. It's not as bad as you thought it was. But this is your timeline of being arrested 25 times just between 94.
They brought out an entire presentation of how many times DMX was arrested and for what. I mean, wow. Wow. I mean, let's see how DMX handles this. I mean, you could see Satan working through Dr. Phil here. And obviously DMX is I mean, he's a king rebuker.
I would say, yeah.
And 13.
It goes back to 85.
No, I know. We just picked up at this point.
Got you.
Okay.
It goes back to 85. He's pointing out the inaccuracy. Because the arrest record isn't even accurate. And DMX, I mean, honestly, has DMX ever lied about anything? Because he keeps talking about how he only knows how to tell the truth. And we're seeing that every step of the way here. Because he's pointing out the inaccuracy in Dr. Phil's chart because they didn't even list his arrests going back to 85. Oh, man. This is absolutely fantastic. D-Town Book says DMX rocks the house. He must have known Dr. Phil was ready to ambush. I mean, it's almost like he didn't care what Dr. Phil was going to do because obviously he has the armor of God and he's obviously is way more intelligent than Dr. Phil.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you were arrested and convicted of drug possession. You were arrested and accused of raping a stripper in the Bronx, but you were completely see here?
Yeah.
You were cleared by DNA evidence of that.
So why is it even up there?
Then you were arrested 3 times in Denver in connection with a stabbing, cleared of any charges.
Why is that up there?
D-Town Book says Dr. Phil is a lawyer, or is he trying to interview DMX? I mean, can you imagine just putting up, to having a whole chart set up for this?
Because you were cleared.
But why is it up there that I was arrested?
Because that's in the record. I think people ought to know you were cleared of these things.
Okay. But if we don't put it up there, then they don't know I got arrested for them.
The audience is even laughing. The audience is even laughing at Dr. Phil's gophery. I mean, this is hilarious. Something else is here saying Phil tried a Johnny Cochran X. I mean, wow, we all knew Phil was a goof, but I mean, Dr. Phil reaching new levels of goofery here. I mean, even the audience is laughing at Dr. Phil here. I mean, this is hilarious.
No, they do. That's how I know, because it's public record.
Okay.
It's public record is you were arrested. What's public record is not that you were cleared. There's one here, driving without a license.
Yeah.
And in fact, that
failure to signal. Look, he got arrested for failure to signal. 40%, according to the stats that I saw, 40% of drivers fail to signal. That's almost half of all drivers on the roads. And possession of a plant. He got possession of a plant. And I think failure to notify DMV of address change, which he couldn't do because he didn't know, because they only found that out because the license was suspended. I think he's going to explain here. I think he's going to explain that because of the child support payments, that the license got suspended and they didn't inform him that it got suspended, or he was traveling or whatever. So he didn't know it was suspended because it was valid until he didn't make the child support payment, which who knows how much that was inflated by. Because obviously it doesn't cost, millions of dollars, even for 11 kids in just a year or whatever it is.
That occurs all over the board.
Yes.
Is this an act of defiance, or do you not?
All right, I'm a little stubborn with the license thing, but child support is control of the license. You see how it gets a little sticky after that? I mean, it's like, you're gonna pay $1.5 million to get a license back? Are you serious? Like, come on. Like you can get buried under these things, and it's kind of hard to get out, but it's being worked out.
So they take your license because of
child
the
support,
child
yes.
support.
They take your passport, which stops me from working. It doesn't make sense, but this is what happens. They take your passport, which disables me from going overseas, making money. They take your license, like I can't drive. Well, how am I supposed to work if I can't drive and I can't travel?
It's funny, Dr. Phil knows all the details of the arrest, but he doesn't know actually anything regarding why that happened. or maybe he does and he's playing stupid. Something else is here commented, this is starting to look like a humiliation ritual against Dr. Phil. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The audience is literally laughing at him. Oh, man. It is.
Overseas.
You have some charges here about animal cruelty. What's up with that?
I love dogs. I love dogs. What the situation was, I went on tour, left my brother in the house. He left my house. Dogs didn't get fed. I got charged with animal cruelty because it was my property. So a lot of these things just happen because I didn't put the right people in the right place or responsible people in the right place. And, you know, it's my property, so.
But you wouldn't change that?
No. I'm gonna say it one more time. I would not change one aspect of my life because it got me to where I am right now, and I'm in a good place with God.
DMX really understands if you give him an inch, they'll take a mile. And he's giving this deceiver, Dr. Phil, absolutely nothing, and it's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, I keep asking that because
you want me to change something?
No, it just doesn't make sense.
That DMX is just so smart. I mean, this has to be one of my this might be my favorite so-called Dr. Phil episode.
Well, it doesn't have to make sense to you. It makes sense to me, and I'm the one living this life, and I'm walking this path, and that's why these people love me.
Yeah.
This really is a humiliation ritual against Dr. Phil's not used to people not falling for his BS. I mean, there's a couple people who didn't, and I might go over those interviews also, but DMX is probably the best guy who simply completely shut down Dr. Phil's goofery every step of the way. I mean, this is really incredible.
There was a time where you were arrested for impersonating a federal agent.
Yeah, about that. Of course, the police run out and run straight to the black guy. Go ahead, hands up. I'm like, I called you guys.
And later...
But all that stops right here. As long as the Lord's in my life, I will have no fear. I will know no pain from the light to the dark. I will know no shame, spit it right from the heart, because it's right from the start that you held me down and ain't nothing they can tell me now. Lord, give me a sign.
I don't think Dr. Phil liked that. Dr. Shill, Dr. Phil. I mean, wow. I mean, Dr. Phil looked mortified as soon as he... Look how mortified he looks at DMX speaking truth to power.
I'm like, I called you guys.
And later...
But all that stops right here. As long as the Lord's in my life, I will have no fear. I will know no pain from the light to the dark. I will know no... Right.
Look how mortified he is at anybody speaking truth to power. I mean, look at this deceiver. Look at this deceiver right here. Can anyone not see through Dr. Phil here? I mean, look at this deceiver.
From the heart, because it's right from the start that you held me down and ain't nothing they can tell me now. Lord, give me a sign.
And the conviction on DMX's face, it's like, obviously Satan is the father of lies and fears the truth. And DMX is not afraid to speak the truth.
Y'all gonna make me lose. You get some people who might look at my career or what they know about my career or my life and, you know, look at it as, oh my God, it's a train wreck, it's whatever. Really hard to become successful, famous, wealthy, and maintain the ideals that got you there.
Maintain the ideals that got you there. Maintain the ideals that got you there.
All right, well, I'm back with DMX. If you don't know him, you certainly know his music. And if you think you know him, hopefully today you're going to find out things about him you don't know, because, as he says, he gets a lot of quick bites on this news or this tabloid show or that tabloid show. So we decided to sit down and have an at-length conversation about who DMX really is. And I'd like to take you through one kind of high-speed process. Take a look at this picture. How old are you in this picture?
5'6".
5'6". What do you think about when you look at that picture?
I see a child. Child. Full of wonder. Curious. Destined for trouble.
Sphinx Bear says Phil has tried to trap him, but X wiggles out. I wouldn't say wiggles out. I would say Dr. Phil tries to score on him, and DMX just stuffs it right in his face every single time. Just absolute demolition. He's steamrolling the deceiver. I mean, this is absolute steamrolling.
And greatness. And greatness.
Yeah.
And greatness.
At that point, did you get in trouble?
I was called mischievous.
Mischievous?
Yeah, that's what they called me, mischievous. He's extremely bright, but he's mischievous.
Yeah.
It was always the but. Right. And what it was, I was just smarter than a lot of kids in my class. Just worked sooner, and I didn't feel like I had to sit there and, you know, while the rest of the class caught up. So
You know what? I'm not surprised one bit by what he just said. I'm not surprised one bit.
I did things, you know, I threw pencils and spitballs and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Of course it got me in trouble.
All right. Take a look at this picture. How old are you there?
14.
Yeah.
I was actually locked up in that picture.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's a jail picture.
That might have been Valhalla.
Yeah.
Can't tell the pose?
Yeah.
Plain t-shirt? Yeah, it's a jail picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what was going on in your life at that point as you look at that picture? What do you remember about that?